Hello guys, welcome to the first video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what is Java, why do we care about learning Java, and if time permits we will also see how we can install Java in our Windows operating system. So what is Java? Java is a high-level programming language which was developed by Sun Microsystem in early 90s. So as any other high-level programming language like C# or C++, Java is also a high-level language, but it's a little bit different from other languages in a sense that it's a cross-platform programming language which you can develop and run on multiple operating systems like Windows, Linux, and Mac OS or any other operating system, and it runs its program using a special virtual machine called Java virtual machine, which is this one. So this Java machine is responsible for running Java programs, and whenever you install Java on your operating system like Windows or Linux, you also install this Java virtual machine. And this Java virtual machine is same for every operating system. So your program runs on this Java virtual machine and not on the native Windows or Linux operating system. So this Java virtual machine is same for every operating system. That's why it runs on every operating system which Java supports, right? So if you compile a Java program on Windows, you can run it on Linux or Mac OS using this Java virtual machine. That's why before developing Java, we need to install Java, JDK, and JRE on our operating system. Okay, and Java is a object-oriented programming language. So we will see what object-oriented programming is and what are the features of object-oriented programming. But yeah, it's object-oriented programming, and I will teach you more about the programming, we will see what is this. So now, first of all, we need to install Java on our system, and it may be possible that Java is already installed on your system, or it may be possible that you have never installed Java on your system. So how to check whether Java is installed on your system? It's easy. So you just need to, if you are on Windows 8, you just need to right click your start menu button and open command prompt from here. And in here, you just need to give this command Java C. Okay, so give this command Java C and press enter. And if this command responds that Java C is not recognized as an internal or external command, then Java is most probably not installed in your system and you need to install Java on your system. Okay, so like my operating system, I don't have Java, so I will install it. So just open your browser and just search for Java JDK or simply Java also works. And in here, the first site will open hopefully from oracle.com. Just click this link, and in here you will be able to see two options. One is Java JDK, other is NetBeans with JDK. So Java is the platform and NetBeans is a IDE, and you have the option to install Java with this development IDE, but I will not choose this option, but I will choose this option for now. And at the time of making this video, Java 8 is the latest version because yeah, it's the latest version, right? And when you click this Java button here, so once again Java button, I clicked. In here you need to accept this license and condition in order to download this Java. So just click the small radio button which calls accept license agreement, and then choose your operating system. So my operating system is Windows 64. If you have Windows 32-bit operating system, you need to choose x86. But right now I have x64 operating system, which is 64-bit operating system. That you can check if you are on Windows 8. You just need to go to systems. So search for systems, not like this, but systems, system. And in here I can see that my system type is 64-bit operating system. So if it's 32-bit operating system, you need to download 32-bit executable file. So mine is 64-bit, so I will just click the 64-bit link and I will save this. So it will take some time to download this Java executable. So once this will be downloaded, we will be ready to execute this executable and install Java. So my download is complete now, so I will run this executable file and I will minimize all the other things. And this installation is really straightforward, so you just need to click next and it will check the status and all, and then it will start installing Java on your system, and it's really straightforward, so you don't need to worry about anything while you are installing Java. And while installing, it will ask you the destination folder wherever you want to install Java on your system and JRE on your system. JRE stands for Java Runtime Environment and JDK stands for Java Development Kit. So these are the two things which will be installed by this installer. So I will generally leave them as default and I will click next and then wait for the installation to complete. So now Java is successfully installed in our system. You will be able to see this message, and then I will close this. And once you install Java, you can check it while going to the C folder of your computer and then go to program files, and in here you will be able to see this Java folder. And in here you will be able to see two folders. One is JDK folder and the other is JRE folder. Okay, so JDK I already told you is Java Development Kit and JRE is Java Runtime Environment, right? So I will change the name of these JDK and JRE to make them short and really easy to understand. So I will rename my JDK folder as JDK8. Okay, so it's just JDK8, and I will rename my JRE folder as JRE8 because the version of this Java is Java 8. Okay, and here I can just make them view as large icon so you can see, or extra large so you can see that I have named this as JDK8 and JRE8 folders, right? So once you have done that, you need to set your environment variable so that whenever you run your Java program, it will recognize these JDK and JRE and then you will be able to compile your programs, right? So for that, for setting your environment variable, what you need to do is you just need to go to your systems. So go to search and search for system once again. If you are on Windows 7 or Windows XP, you also need to search for system in control panel, and then go to advanced settings, and in here go to environment variables. Okay, and in environment variable, in system variable, here you will be able to find a variable called path. You just need to click or double click this path or add it, or click this added button, and in here you will be able to see variable name is equal to path, and the variable values, there will be already some values in here, and you need to add some more value here, which is the JDK. So go to once again program file and Java folder wherever you have installed it, and then go to JDK8, which is the folder we renamed, and in here inside this JDK8 go to bin folder, and this destination, which is C program file java /jdk8/bin, you just need to copy this path from here, and then in your variable value just give a semicolon and paste your path, which is the same path you have copied from here, right? Once again go to your Java folder once again, and then this time go to JRE, okay, and in here also you will be able to find a binary folder or bin folder, and then copy the path from here, and then give semicolon to your variable value, whatever value is present already here, and paste this path also, okay. So you need to give this C program file /java /gre8/bin folder, and C program file /java /jdk8/bin folder path here in environment variable. And why do we set environment variable is whenever you compile a program, if you set environment variable, your compiler knows the path of these binary files which are responsible for compiling your program, and it will be straightforward to compile your program. Now once you have set your environment variable, we will open once again command prompt and check whether Java is really installed in our system or not. So once again give Java C and press enter, and this time I can see a big response to my Java C command, and I can see that it's saying that the uses of this Java C is you need to give some options and source file. So Java C is a command to compile a program or Java program. So whenever you give a Java C dash some hello world.java file, it will compile your Java program, and then you can run your Java program, right? That's why we use this Java C command. So in this way you can install Java on your system. Now in the next video I'm going to show you how you can install an IDE which is called Eclipse IDE, which is widely used to develop Java programs. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video we have seen how we can install Java in our Windows 8 or Windows 8.1 operating system. Same will be the procedure for installing Java on Windows 7 also. Now in this video we will see how we can install Eclipse IDE on our Windows operating system. Now IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, which helps you to code your program. So for example, IDE is an editor which will help you to write your program and compile your program, and Eclipse is one such IDE and most used IDE in terms of Java development. So let's see how we can install Eclipse IDE on our Windows operating system. So first of all, open your favorite browser and search for Eclipse IDE, and the first link hopefully comes here is www.eclipse.org. Just click this link here, and in here you will be able to see this download button. Click this download button, and in here you will be able to see different versions of Java. So not different versions of Java, but different versions of Eclipse IDE. So Eclipse IDE comes in different versions. For example, Eclipse IDE for Java developers, Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers, which is basically for web development and all such programs. There is Eclipse IDE for C++ or PHP and other languages also. But right now we are interested in developing Java applications. So we will download this first option, which is Eclipse IDE for Java development. Okay. Now, depending upon the system type of your computer, if it's 64-bit or 32-bit, you need to download one of these zip files. So to check which system type you have, you can just search for system on your computer, and in system type you will be able to see that mine is 64-bit operating system, but if you have 32-bit operating system, you need to download this thing. So I will click this Windows 64-bit, and then it will redirect me to the mirror location which is nearer to my PC's location. So this is the nearest location to my PC, but other mirror locations are down, so you can choose your mirror location. I will click this link, and then I will be able to save this zip file. So it's a zip file, so don't be confused that it should be executable. It's not an executable file, but it's a .zip file. So I will wait for this to download, and once it will be downloaded, we will see how we can configure Eclipse on our Windows operating system. So my download is complete now. Now I can just open this zip file. So I will just open this zip file, and I will minimize everything. And this zip file contains a folder called Eclipse. So this zip file we are going to extract in our C folder. So I will just extract this to our C folder. Okay. So just extract to the C folder, and I will wait for the extraction to complete. And once this extraction is complete, I can see this Eclipse folder inside my C folders or folder of my computer. So in C, I can see this Eclipse, and in here all the Eclipse files are extracted. Now in order to run this, you can just double click this Eclipse icon, and you can also create a shortcut to it, and then you can drag and drop to your desktop, and then you can double click this shortcut, or you can click this Eclipse icon from here also. So I will double click it, and this is the error which is commonly occurs while you are installing Eclipse, and it's your first time when you install Eclipse. So don't worry, this error is JVM terminated exit code is equal to 2, and this error comes generally whenever you have something wrong configured in your path or environment variable, and generally from somewhere you have configured this path C/program data /oracle/java/java path in your environment variable. Remember, in the last video I have told you to set environment variable for Java JDK 8 and JRE8. Those environment variable are not responsible for this error. This error is due to the environment variable setting of the C/program data /Java program and this. Okay, so I will open Notepad or WordPad to give this location to you so that you can see it exact path. So this path, if you see this error, then you need to go to this path and see whether this location exists or not. So I will just copy this path to my folder explorer, and I can see this path exists. So most probably this environment variable exists in my computer. So I will go to my system, search for system, and then go to advanced system settings, and in here go to environment variable, and in here go to path. Okay, and I can see directly here the first path is c/program data/oracle/java/java path. So just double click this path variable in system variable, and you need to delete this path which is wrongly configured, right? So just search for this path in your environment variable here. So I can easily find this path. I can see that this path is there. So I just need to delete this path from my system variables and click OK here. Okay, and once again click OK and click OK. So once I have done that, I will be able to run my Eclipse once again. So I will click this Eclipse icon once again, and now Eclipse runs. So I wanted to intentionally reproduce this error. So if you see this error, you will be able to find the solution. Now first, for the first time, whenever Eclipse starts on your computer, it will ask for the location where all your projects will be saved, and by default it will be saved in c/users in /whatever your computer name is /workspace. So by default all your programs will be saved in this folder. If you want to change this folder, you can change it, but I will leave it as default for now. I will click OK, and then Eclipse will open in some moment. Now Eclipse is open on my computer, right? So I will just maximize it, and I will be able to see this message, welcome to the Eclipse IDE for Java developers. And you can see they have some tutorials, samples, overview, and what's new. So to create a new project in Eclipse IDE, you just need to go to this file option here and go to new, and we are going to create a new Java project. So just click Java project, and in here in project name you just need to give the name to your project. For example, my first project. Okay, and just for the simplicity, you always give your name to your project in camel case, starting with the capital letter each word. So in my M is capital, first F is capital, project P is capital. So it's called camel case. So it's convention to give names like this, and just all things are okay. You can just click next, and in here you will be able to see that this will be your project folder, and in that there will be a source folder. It's okay, click finish, and once you do that, Eclipse will create a my project folder for you. Okay, so you can click at the corner and open this perspective. It's called perspective, and in this my first project you will be able to see there is a folder called source. Now in this folder we can create a simple class, and this is just for testing whether Eclipse is working. In the next video, I will show you how to properly configure a project and how to create your first Java project, in a proper way. So in this source, just right click the source and create new class and give the class name. So you can give the name like my class, for example, and just click this option, which is which method subs would you like to create. Just check this option, which is public static void main option here. Okay, so just check this option here, which will create a main method. We will see what our classes and main method in Java, but for now we just want to check whether it's working or not. Just click finish, and it will create a class called my class called .java, and in here you will be able to see this kind of class, and in here we are going to print something. So for example, we want to print something, we can just write here system not sz but system dot out dot print ln for print line. Okay, and in this print line we will just print hello world. So I will just print this, but let me change it to my keyboard layout, and we will print hello world. Okay, so I will explain this in detail, but for now we will just check it, and then we are going to run this program. But first of all, we will build this. So I will right click my project, and I'm going to for example run as Java application, and then it will give me this save and launch option. I will click OK, and now I can see hello world printed on the console here. So that means Eclipse IDE is properly configured in my system, and I will be able to compile my Java program. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we will see how to properly configure our first Java project, and what are all these names, classes and methods means in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how we can download and install Eclipse IDE on our Windows operating system, and we have also seen how we can configure Eclipse to run our Java programs. Now in this video, we will see in detail how to create a new project and what is the ecosystem of this Eclipse IDE, and we will see how to do some important settings in this Eclipse IDE. So let's get started. First of all, once again, I'm going to create a new project, and then I will go to the file menu here and then select new and just select Java project. And in here, in the project name, I will give the name to my project, and this name should be, for example, first project, for example. Okay, and then everything remains same. So you can see use an execution environment JRE. By default, Eclipse detects this JRE, and it also detects JDK8 folder for us, so we don't need to provide any path for executing our program, right? The next thing is we just press next button, And in here we will see that Eclipse will create a new project folder for us, and it will also create a subdirectory or subfolder for us which will contain all our source file. Okay, and the default output folder will be first projects / bin. We are going to see this folder in a moment. So just remember this, that your default folder will be default output folder will be first project, which is your project name, which is provided by you, / bin folder. You can change it also, but for now we will leave it as default. Okay, and then we will click finish. Now you can see I have two projects in here listed. So in Eclipse you can open as many projects you want, but you need to run these projects so that you can run one project at a time, right? So you can select this project and you can build and run this project, otherwise you can run this project. Okay, so it depends upon you which project do you want to run. And the other project which is open for now, you can close this project by right clicking this project and just go to this option called close project, and then this project will be closed. That means this project will not be visible or open in this Eclipse perspective, right? To delete it, from your perspective or package explorer, you just need to right click it once again and you just need to click delete. This doesn't mean that it will be permanently deleted. There is the option to delete it permanently, which is this one, delete project content on the disk. So you can, when you check this, it will be deleted from your computer. Or if you uncheck, or if you leave this unchecked, it will be only deleted from this Eclipse project explorer for now. Okay, so I will click OK. So this is deleted, but this other project exists in my computer, but it's not open in this package explorer here, right? So I have this first project, and this have this source folder, right? You can just right click this folder, which is source folder, and then add packages to your folder. So what are packages? Packages are used to define different workspaces or different folder, you can say, in your class. So for example, you are working on two different classes. I will explain you later, but for example, you want to make a program for two different cases in one project, then you can create a package for both of the cases. So for example, I want to create, for this first project, I want to create a lesson 1 case, for example. So I will just write lesson 1. Okay, and then I can just finish this. And as soon as I finish this, this will create a new folder inside my source folder. So let's see how does my folder structure looks like. So I will open my C folder, and remember where we have saved our project. So at the starting of this Eclipse IDE, we have seen that we have saved our project in the workspace folder in your user and whatever your computer name is. So here is the workspace folder, and in here there is my project, which is first project, and in here I have the source folder, which is this folder, and inside this folder now I have lesson 1 folder, which is this package folder. So whenever you create a folder, create a package, it will create a folder inside your source folder. And in here we have nothing for now, but we will create some code for this. Okay, so I will minimize this, and now inside our package we are going to add a new class, and this class we will name it as my class, for example. And just see how I have written the spelling of this my class. M in my is capital and C in class is capital, right? So it's camel case notation. So just remember this. And in here, which method stub would you like to create? You just need to check public static void main. And I will explain you in a moment what is the meaning of this, but just check this option. This is important for now. Okay, and then press finish, and then it created this class for us. Class name is my class. So every Java project or every Java program you make have at least one class, and inside this class you have at least one method which is called main. Okay, so let's I think this is not totally visible for now. So to change the font size of this text editor, what we can do is we will just go to the Windows folder and go to the preferences, and in here in the preferences there is a search box here. We will search for fonts, and in fonts you can see in appearances there is a category called color and fonts. So just click this, and in here you will be able to find different categories. For example, basics, CVS, debug, git, and there is a folder or there is a category called Java. You need to go inside this category, and then inside this Java category there is a category called Java editor text font. Just select this and click edit, and in here you can change the font size or font styles or whatever fonts you like. So for example, I want to make it bold, and for example I want to make it 24 for now. Okay, and whenever I click apply, my font changes. Okay, in a similar way I can change the font of my console. Console is this space where your output will be shown. So hello world, I want to change the font size of this font of the output of the console. I can go to the category called debug, and in here console font. In console font you can edit it and make it bold or whatever you size you want to give. Click OK, apply, and it becomes bold and the size you give. Now I was talking that every Java program has at least one class, whatever class you declare, and at least one method which is called main. A method is nothing but a small piece of code which performs some action. So this method and this public static void, I'm going to explain in detail what are these things, but just for now, just understand that every program will have this main method, and whatever you write inside this curly braces after this main method will be executed. Okay, so for example, first of all, before writing any code, I should teach you about comments. So comments are important. For example, this is a comment, and comments are important to document your program. So For example, I want to define what is the purpose of this class or what this program is doing. I can provide comment easily. So to make a comment, you just give / and then this asterisk symbol and then press enter. And when I press enter, Eclipse is an intelligent IDE, so it knows that I want to give a command. So you can see it has automatically created this kind of comment for us. And whatever you write here, for example, this is my first program or something, this you can do it inside these comments. So these comments will not be executed by your program, but this is only the information you are documenting for your program. Okay, so this is not executed while you compile your program. So this is one way of writing comments. The other way of writing comment is writing 2 slashes like this. Okay, so this also, after whatever you write here, same comment I can write here, and then I can write my comment after these 2 double slashes, and this also will not be executed, right? So whenever you create a project, it has a class and this main method, and you can see there is a perspective here called outline, and you can see your package is listed here, your class is listed here, your main method is listed here. So whenever your program becomes lengthy, this will help you to quickly access your methods and classes and packages wherever they are. So for example, I click here main, my cursor goes to main. Whenever I click my class, see here what happens. I click my class and my cursor goes to my class, right? I click lesson 1, my cursor goes to lesson 1, right? So this perspective help us to access our method or classes quickly. Now whatever you write inside your main class will be executed, and this program will be executed and give you some output. So Java has already have some inbuilt classes to help you program. For example, most important class in Java is called system with a capital S. So just write system with capital S, and when you give dot, Java, because Eclipse is an intelligent IDE, it will give you this pop-up menu and it will show you what are the method available inside this system class. And this system class has so many methods you can see, and we are going to use a method called out here, dot print line, println. Okay, and inside this println, so you can see, you can just click this method of your choice and you can double click, and in here you can write your first comment. For example, you want to print hello or hello YouTube, you can do it like this. And once you write this code will help you to print hello world whenever you run your program. So for example, I want to run my program, I will right click my project and I will run as Java application, or I can directly click this option, run my class.java. Okay, so I will just click this green button here and it will open the save and launch. So whenever you write some code, it's better idea to save your program. And if you don't save it, Eclipse will prompt you to save your program and then it will run your program. So I will save this. I will click OK, and this prints hello YouTube on my console, right? So this system is a class, and whenever you hover over any inbuilt method or class in your Eclipse editor, it will give you this help pop-up window here. So you can see what this code is used for. For example, the system, you can see some description is here. The system class contains several useful class, field and method. It cannot be instantiated. So whenever you are confused about some code and you want some description of this function or method, you can just hover over this class or method. For example, we want to have the description of this out, and what this does is the standard output stream. So it helps you to print some data, right? So in this way you can hover over the codes and see the description, right? You can also press Control and click the method. So press Control and then hover over any method you want to have the description of, and then click it. And when you click this, you will go to the class which has this definition of this system. So this system.class is an inbuilt class. So don't be confused by all these big things. For now, just understand whenever you write system.out.println, inside the bracket, whatever comment you write will be printed on this console, right? But I just wanted to show you how you can get some help or description or whatever from the code itself. That's why we have installed this intelligent Eclipse IDE. So I hope you have understood the basic things about this ecosystem of Eclipse. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are variables and how we can use variables in Java. So first of all, what are variables? Variables are nothing but names which we can declare to store some value. Okay, so a variable is nothing but a name which we can use to store some value. Okay, and in Java there is a specified format to declare a variable. So for example, if you want to declare a variable in Java, in this main method we will go here inside our main method, and in here we will declare a variable like this. So first of all goes the data type. Data type can be, for example, the type of variable we are going to declare. For example, we want to store integer in some variable, then we can declare this data type int, which stands for integer, and then you can give any name to the variable, for example x, and then you can assign some value to this variable, for example 10. Okay, and this simply means that x is a variable of type integer which has a value of 10. Okay, so x in this case is our variable. Okay, and variables are nothing but the names which can store some values. Okay, so this definition is true for us. Now to print any variable, for example, we want to print the value of x, we can directly use our variable like this. So we just use system.out.println, and instead of printing some message, you can just print x, value of x here. And when you run this program, it will print 10 here, right? You can also give some you know innovative names so that you can understand it. For example, my or my variable. Okay, so it depends upon you what name you want to give to your variable, and then you can assign value to it, but the format will always be the same. First, the data type of your variable. Second, here is the name, and then whatever value you want to assign to your variable. Okay. Now in Java, there are different type of data types. Like we have declared a variable of type integer, but there are different type of data type which we can declare. And some of the most basic data types are, I'm going to show you how they are declared. So these are some of the basic data types. First is a byte variable, and byte, short, and int, and long all can store a number, but the only difference between this byte, short, int, and long is their size. So byte can store 1 byte, a short can store 2 bytes, a integer can store 4 bytes, and a long can store 8 bytes. So the size differs in this case. Okay, so you can do something like this: byte my variable is equal to 10 also, right? Or you can also do short my variable is equal to 10, right? So a byte can be the range of byte can be minus 128 to plus 127, for example. And for example, for short, the range can be minus 32,000 or something like this. So the range of these increases in the ascending order. So smallest is the byte, then the short, then the int, and then the long. Okay, and all can store the numbers. Now to store some decimal point value, we use float. For example, we want to store some decimal value, we will write a data type called float, and my, for example, decimal is equal to 4.5, right? And this will store a decimal value. But the problem with a declaration of float in this case is you need to declare float something like this in Java, because this 4.5 is natively considered as a double, and double can also store a decimal point, but its range is 8 byte. Okay, so that's why we need to convert this double value, which is 4.5, to the float value. And the difference between this float and double value is float is 4 bytes and this double is 8 byte. Okay, and in the same way you can declare a double value. Double can also store some decimal points, for example 11.56, but in the case of double, so double can be declared as double data type. Okay, So in the case of double, you don't need to add this line. This float in the bracket means we are typecasting the double value to the float value, and that we will discuss in the further videos what is typecasting of values. The other data type is a char. So a char value can store a character. Okay, so for example, you want to store capital A or any single character, then you store in char value. Okay, and the last basic data type is a boolean. Boolean can store is true. For example, data type name. Boolean can store true or false. So it can be true or false. Okay. So these are some of the basic data types in Java, and these are the example how you can declare a variable in Java, and all these variable you can print something like this. So let's print all the variables. First of all, we will print my variable, second my decimal, third is my double, fourth is the character, and fifth is this boolean value. And let's compile the program and run it. And now the result is something like this. So the first line shows 10. So my variable contains the value 10, that's why it printed 10. Then the decimal value we are printing, which is 4.5. Then this double value, which is 11.56. Then we have printed this character value, which is A, which is true. And then we have printed the value of this boolean, which is false. Okay. So these are some of the basic data types and how we can declare variables and use variables in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see how to get user input using Java. So for example, you want to enable user input. So user should give you the input, and then you want to perform some action on the input. How you can do it, I will show you in this video. So there is a special class in Java called scanner, which enables us to take input. So we will define scanner, which is a class, or you can say this can be a data type, and then I can define a variable for this data type or instance is equal to new scanner, and it takes some input. And what input it takes? So to give the output on the console, we write system dot out, right? We have seen in the last videos. And to take input, we give system dot in. Okay. So this code will enable us to take the input from the user. Now, for the first time when you write this code, you can see a red squiggly line below this scanner. So this is because we need to add this class in our project or in our project file. That's why it's showing error. So when we compile this program, it will give us error. I'm going to compile it, and it says error exit in required project. Okay, so there is an error. When you go to the problem tab here, the error says scanner cannot be resolved. Okay, so to solve this problem, you just need to hover over the scanner, and then Eclipse, because it's an intelligent IDE, it will give you some suggestion to solve the problem. And the first suggestion is import scanner, and this is the solution of this problem. You just click import scanner and it will add this line to your code. And this line is nothing but it's importing the scanner class, which is already defined in Java. So this is provided by Java to you, which helps us to take the scan from the input from the user, right? So you don't need to even write anything, you just hover over this and click the first option and this will be added. Okay, now there will be no error. You see, there is no error right now. Okay, now to show what input the user has given, you can tell a user that you system, so we will write system dot out dot println, and in the brackets we can ask the user enter some number. Okay, and then in the next line we will define a variable. We have seen how to declare a variable in the last video. So for example, int user input number. This is the variable name. This is long, but it explains the use of this variable, right? And then you just need to use this scan object, which is this one, small scan, and then you just need to paste it here. Then just write dot, and when you write dot, it will give you some suggestions, right? And we are looking for taking a number as an input because this is integer, right? So we are interested in taking numbers as an input. So just search for next int. Okay, next int, and then just give this semicolon here, and in the next line we are just going to print the value. So we will just print the entered value is the entered value is, and then you can just print the value, right? So you can just write print. I haven't told you what is the meaning of this print, system.out.print without ln. Then this will just print your output without breaking the line. Okay, so just copy this variable from here and paste it here, and now I'm going to run this program, and now you can see the output here is enter some number. So we will enter some number, for example 1000. So we have given this user input, so it's asking the program is asking the user to enter some number. So we have entered this number 1000 and press enter, and it says the entered value is 1000, which is printed by these two lines. Okay, in the same way you can rerun this program, and once again you can give some number, for example some random number, and press enter, and it says the entered value is this. Okay, so in the same way, this is just for the number. So next int, it says you want or you are expecting an integer. Now suppose you want to scan, or you want that the user must enter some double value or some text value. How you can do this? So you can do this. I will just copy the same lines from here, but instead of using this scan, I'm just defining another scanner, which is scan1, and in here I will say enter some decimal value. Okay, and then I will just change it to double, and in here whenever you are expecting double value, user input double, then you need to change this function. So you need now expecting double value, so scan dot next double. Okay, so whatever you are expecting from here, you need to ensure that next, after next, this name comes here, right? So right now you are expecting the double value. Okay, so what we are doing in this code, first we will ask for a number, then we will ask for the double value, and this scan should be changed to scan1, right? We will compile the program, and first it says give the number. I will give number 4222, and it says the entered value is 422, and then it says enter some decimal value. So I will enter some decimal value 145.1523 for example, and press enter, and it says entered value is the same, right? So in this way you can take double as an input. Okay, now for example you want to take some text input. Okay, so to take a text input, what you need to do is you need to define here string, and a string is a data type which takes a string. String means the array of characters, right? And in here you just need to change it to scan dot next line. So we are expecting a line from the user this time, and please enter some string, and the entered string is okay. So string means some kind of text we are expecting from the user. Okay, and this also we can change it to string, and the variable name here also we will change as string. Now when we run the program, here the program says please enter some string. We will enter hi there, how are you, for example. This is a string, and press enter, and it says the entered string is hi there, how are you, right? So in this way you can take different kind of inputs from the user and print it or assign it to some variable, and then use this variable in your program. In the same way, in the place of this next line, there can be different function which can call float. Next float is there. Next simple next is there, which will return you the string. There are some function like next boolean, which can take boolean value, next big decimal, the next big integer, next byte, next float. So whatever data type input you want to take, you just need to take the corresponding next value to this. Okay, so I hope you understood the basic concept of taking or scanning inputs from the user. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are math operators and how we can do simple arithmetics using those math operators. And we will try to make a simple kind of calculation or calculator in our code. So let's imagine, or let's declare two variables, x and y, and both will be integers, and one more variable we are going to declare, and this will be our answer. So answer variable, and then we will assign x is equal to some value, for example 20, and y is equal to some other value, for example 30, right? And now I want to perform some operations on x and y depending upon what I want. So for example, I want to add these two values. I can add these two values and store the result in the third variable, which is also an integer, like this. So x plus y, it's the same as we do in simple mathematics, right? This plus symbol adds two values. It's really simple, right? So now whenever we do x plus y and we assign this value to the answer variable, this will contain your answer of x plus y, right? So we can just write system dot out dot print line, and then we can just print this answer, right? So we can just write answer is equal to, so in double quotes we will say answer is equal to, and then there comes a operator called concatenation operator. When you use this plus in your print function, then this plus is called the concatenation operator, and this concatenation means that you want to add this string and this variable or value. Okay, so this function is intelligent enough to sense that this is a string and this is your integer, but using this concatenation operator you can print them as a single line. So let's try and run this program. Okay, and this gives us a result, answer is equal to 50, which is true. 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. Now to subtract these two values, you just need to add this minus symbol between these x and y. Okay, and let's try to run the program once again, and now answer is minus 10, which is true. 20 minus 30 is equal to minus 10. Okay, now in order to do multiplication, we cannot do x because x can be a variable. So to multiply to these two numbers, we use a symbol called this asterisk. Okay, asterisk or star or whatever you say, and this asterisk multiply the values which are we want to multiply. Okay, and once we run the program, and it gives the answer 600, which is true. 20 into 30 is 600. Now division is little bit not tricky but interesting. So when you want to divide two values, for example I will divide these two values, you will expect some decimal values as an answer, right? But let's try to get the answer, and answer is 0 in this case because we have declared all these values as an integer. Okay, so answer is also an integer, a variable, and x and y are also integer values, right? And whenever we divide two values, the answer will be integer, and if this answer is not integer, then you get 0. So for example, we divide 60 by 30, right, or 600 by 30. Let's divide 60 by 30 for now and compile the program, and we get 2, right? But when we get some numbers which are not totally divisible, what is the answer in this case? In this case also the answer is true, 2, because this integer value, our quotient for this value is 2. The answer for the division of 70 by 30 is 2 point something, right? But because this answer and these two are integer, we will only get the integer value out of this point value, and we will not get whole division value, which is 2 point something. But to get this decimal value as an answer, you can declare your variables as double. So when you do something like this, see what's the answer. Now the answer is 2.33, and this is the exact answer what we were expecting, right? So when you declare your variable as double, you will get the decimal values, and when you declare your variable as int, you will just get the whole quotient value, not the remainder. Okay, so when you run the program, you will only get the quotient. Okay, now there is one more interesting operator in Java, which is called modulus operator, and this gives you the remainder of the division. So once I run this program, the remainder is 10, right? So when you divide 70 by 30, you will get the answer, for example 2.33, but when you divide them, and the whole answer will be 2, quotient will be 2, and the remainder will be 10, right? So modulus operators returns you the remainder of the division. Okay, so these are some important math operators in Java. One is plus, second is minus, third is, so let's recap. So first math operator is minus, second math operator is minus, or first operator is plus and second is minus, third is multiplication, fourth is division, and the fifth one is this modulus. Okay, so these are some of the math operators in Java. And we have also learned that when you use this plus in your print line function argument, this will concatenate. Concatenation means joining two values, right? So this will concatenate your values as an answer. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how to use math operators in Java and how to do simple arithmetic operations in Java. Now in this video, we will learn about increment operators, and we will learn about what is post increment and pre-increment operations, and we will also learn about assignment operators and how to use this assignment operator effectively. So for example, I have a variable x for now, which is equal to 10. Okay, now I want to increment the value of x by 1. The simplest way of doing this is x is equal to x plus 1, and this will increment the value of x by 1, right? So let's compile the program and run the program once again, and the value of x is incremented by 1, which is, and the answer is 11 here, right? Now there is other ways of doing this, and the other way of doing this is just like this. So you can do x and then two plus signs, and this will increment the value of x by 1. So let's try to run the program, and in answer you can see that the answer is still 11. So this operation, when you add 2 plus symbols before your variable, it will increment the value of the variable y1. But there is something called pre-increment operators, which I'm going to show you. This kind of incrementation of the variable is called post-increment operation. So for example, when I do something like this, when I just want to print x plus plus in print line, see what's the answer. The answer is 10. This is because in the post increment operation, once the value of x will be changed only after this plus plus operation. Okay, so this plus plus operation will increment the value of x in the next usage of x. Okay, so for example, I just print the value of x here. The value of x will be incremented by 1 now. Okay, so the first value of 10 is 10, which is same as the value, but we have added to this plus 2 plus symbols here, then the value will be shown here. So this is called the post increment operation, right, in which the value of x will be increment in the after you perform this plus plus operation, right? But there is something called pre-incrementation, and this you can do it like this, plus plus x, and what this will do is it will increase the value of x by 1 first. So in this operation itself, it will increase the value of x, and this will just show the same result. So let's compile the program, and this time we get 1111, which is true because this is called the pre-increment operator. So first it will increment your value and then give the result. And this kind of operation where we have written x plus plus, this will first print your value and then increment your value after plus plus operation. Okay, so this is called pre-incrementation and this is called post increment operation. Okay, now for example, I want to do something like this. So I want to add 5 to this value, right? So you can do it, x is equal to x plus 5, but this is kind of lengthy, right? Because you need to write x is equal to, and you need to use x 2 times. And there is a simple way of doing this by just writing x. So just writing x plus is equal to 5. Okay, and what this operation does is basically the same operation what this operation do. X is equal to x plus 5. Okay, and let's see the answer. So the answer is 15, right? But the short form of this operation, you can do it like this. Okay, in a similar way, if you want to multiply 5 into this value, you just need to do x asterisk, which is a multiplication operator, and this is basically equal to this operation, right? So run the program and it's 50 as an answer. So equal to in Java is called assignment operator, and we have simplified the process of assignment operation by optimizing our code. Okay, So in a similar way, whenever you want to divide 10 by 5, you can do it like this, and the answer is 2, which is true, and this is simply means this operation. And if you want to subtract these values, you just do minus equals, and this will perform simply the subtraction. Okay, so in this way you can use increment operation in Java, and you can effectively use assignment operation in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are conditional statements, and we will also see what is an if statement in Java, which is also called a conditional statement, and we will see an example how we can implement if statement in Java. So first of all, what is a conditional statement? A conditional statement is a statement which evaluates some condition, whether it's true or false, and based upon this condition, it executes some code. So for example, I'm going to give you an example of if statement, which is also a conditional statement, how it works. So the basic syntax of the conditional statement if is like this. So you write a keyword called if, and then you write these two brackets, and inside these two brackets you evaluate some boolean condition or boolean expression. And if this condition is true, we will execute some code inside these curly braces. Otherwise, we will not execute this code if this condition is not true. So for example, I have this integer called x, which is equal to 10, and I want to evaluate this x if it's really equal to 10 or not, and based upon this I want to execute some code or some other statement. So let's implement if statement in here. So we will write if x double equal to 10, then we will execute some code, okay, inside these curly braces. Okay, so first of all, what is this double equal to? Double equal to means this is a comparison operator, okay, which checks equality. Okay, so this double equal to, whenever you write inside your if condition, you are basically checking the equality of these two variables. Okay, so we are checking if x is really equal to 10 or not, and yes, if x is really equal to 10 because we have assigned 10 to x. And if this statement is true, we want to just print out system dot out dot print line. Okay, and we will say that yes, x equal to 10. Okay, so we will run this program and see whether our code is correct or not. So I will just compile this program, and it says yes, x is equal to 10, which means that this condition is true, and which is actually true because the value of x is equal to 10. So here, instead of x, we can replace the value of x, which is 10, and we are checking whether it's equal to 10, which is true. So this condition will be followed, and this statement will be executed. Otherwise nothing will be executed. So for example, we will check if x is equal to 20. This condition is false, right? So we will just run the program once again, and we will see nothing in here because this condition is not true. So this statement will not be executed. In if statement, there is a statement called else statement, which executes when this condition is not true. So whenever we write something like this, else, and inside this bracket it doesn't uh, compares anything, it just executes some code if this condition is not true. So we can say no, x is not equal to 10. Okay, so, and in Java this is called a non-equality operator. So this says that this is not equal to 10. Okay, so whenever we run the program once again, it says no, x is not equal to 10, right? Which is true, because the value of x is 10, 10 is not equal to 20. So this statement is not executed, but else this statement will be executed because the condition is false. Okay, so if the condition is not false, then your program goes to else statement, and this else statement will be executed. Okay, now in Java there are different kind of comparison operators, and we will see what are those. So I will give you what are these all comparison operator in Java. So these are some of the comparison operator we use in Java. First, I've already shown you, whenever you write double equal, it checks the equality, right? And whenever you write this apostrophe or what symbol, I don't remember the name of this, and equal to, then it checks the non-equality condition. So whenever you write here something like this, this checks, or this says that x is not equal to 20. We are checking that x is not equal to 10 or 20, which is true in this case. Then this statement will be executed, right? Because 10 is not equal to 20, the condition is true, right? So it says yes, x is equal to 10. Okay, so second type is non-equality operator. Third is this angle bracket on the left side, I can say, which checks whether left hand side operator is greater than the left hand side value, right? So if I will write something like this, it will check whether the value of x is greater than 20 or not. Okay, and if this angle bracket has the face on the right hand side, then it will check whether x is less than 20 or not, right? And we can also check two condition, or dual equality and greater than. So this type of operation says or checks whether the value of x, for example, we will check this here, and it checks whether the value of x is greater than or equal to 20, right? And this other last statement checks whether value of x is less than or equal to 20. So these are some of the comparison operators in Java, and this is how you can use if else statement in Java, which is also called a conditional statement, or which is also a kind of conditional statement in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to use if statement in Java, and we have also seen how we can use relational operator inside our if condition. Now in this video we will see how we can use logical operators in or with our if statement. So what are logical operators first of all? So for example, you want to evaluate more than one conditions using a single if statement. How you can do it? You can not simply do it like, for example, I want to check the scores of the student in some particular subject. So in subject 1, a particular student scores 40, and subject 2, a particular student, the same student scores 60 marks. And I want to check whether these two conditions are true or not. So I want to check if the subject 1 marks is greater than or equal to 35, and I want to also check if he has passed in second subject. So I want to check similar kind of condition with the second subject. Now, using logical operators, you can check multiple conditions inside single if statement. So how you can do it? First of all, there are two kind, or third kind is also possible, but most basics are two kinds of logical operators. First is AND operator. So these double ampersand shows the AND operator. And second type of operator is called OR operator. Okay, so second type is double pipe, and this is called OR operator. OR. Okay, and this should be AND operator. I can make it bold. Now, using AND operator, as the name suggests, it checks two conditions wherever it's used. For example, we use this AND operator. We can define two conditions. So first condition is this one, which is subject 1 marks should be greater than or equal to 35, and let's put them inside the bracket so there will be no confusion. And the second condition, we want to check that subject 2 marks should also be greater than or equal to 35, right? So using this AND operator, we are checking both the condition. So AND operator, whenever you use, you check first condition and the second condition, right? So whenever you run the program, it checks both the condition. So it says the condition is true. Okay, we can also add else statements, else, and we can just write the condition is false if this is not true, right? So here false. So for example, I want to check, or I will change the value of subject 1, for example 20, right? Now the subject 1 value is not greater than 35, but the second condition is true. Subject 2 value, which is 60, is greater than 35. So only one condition is true in this case and the other is not true, right? So let's try to run the program, and it says the condition is false. So the AND operator evaluates all the condition in the if statement, this and this, right? And in the same way, you can add multiple AND operators like this. So you can just need to add this and you can evaluate this condition, then and other condition, then and other condition, right? So in this way, you can evaluate multiple conditions using this AND operator. Now OR operator is, as the name suggests, it checks for either one of the conditions should be true. So either this should be true or this should be true. So at least one condition is true, then it will execute the statement in the if statement. For example, right now this condition in our case is true because subject 2 has 60, 60 is greater than 35, this condition is true. But this condition is false because subject 1 is equal to 20, which is not greater than 35. So only one condition is true in this case. And when we run the program, it says, why it says, because here we need to add this OR operator here, right? Once again, run the program and it says the condition is true, right? So this OR operator checks only one condition or checks for both the condition, and if only one condition is true also, it will just execute your statement inside your if statement. So OR means just checking either, I mean, if this or this is true, it will execute the statement. But in AND statement, all conditions should be true, this and this, right? This is the basic difference in AND operator and OR operator. Now, for example, I have both the condition false. For example, this is 25. So student 1 is also not passed and student 2 is also not passed because both are below 32. Then the condition is false in this case. So using OR operator, we are checking even one condition is true, then it will print this. But in this case, both conditions are false. That's why it's printing this one. So in this case, in this way, you can use logical operator with if statements. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last few videos, we have been seeing how we can use if statement, which are condition based statement in Java. Now in this video, we will see other kind of conditional statement that are called switch statement in Java. So whenever you have to make multiple condition checking, then you can use switch statement. You can use switch statement in place of if else statement also, but generally we use a switch statement where you have multiple expression to check. So let's take an example. For example, I have a data type called a score, which is integer and whose value is 90. So let's consider this is the score of some student. So in Java, let's first see how we can write switch statement. It's simple. You just need to write a keyword called switch, and then comes the round bracket which evaluates the expression, and then in curly braces you write some condition. So here comes your expression, and this expression can be following. So for example, this expression can be a byte or can be a short value or integer or character value, right? So our value is integer, so we can write or evaluate this score value, and on the basis of this score value we can define some cases inside our switch condition. For example, case 90, and then comes this colon, and then you can execute your code. So we want to print, for example, system dot out dot print line, and in here we will print, for example, very good. This is on the basis of score. So if the student scores 90, we will print the message very good. And after this message will print, we just want to break out of this switch statement. So just write break, not this one, but this one, and this semicolon. So in this way you can define multiple conditions inside your switch statement. Once again, I copied and pasted same statement, but I can define some other condition. For example, if it's 60 or if it's 40, then I will say the score is good, and if it's 40, the score is OK. And so based on the score, we are evaluating the score inside this switch statement. And if the score is 90, we will print this one, and we will break out of this switch statement. So what this break does is it breaks out of the switch statement. We will see when we run the example. And if this condition or this condition where score is 90 or 60 or 40, all these conditions are not met, then we will define a default condition which will catch all the other options other than the defined conditions. And this is done by the keyword default. Okay. And in this default, we can define that, for example, this condition is not defined or the grade is not defined. For example, we can write the grades are not defined, something like this. Okay. And then we can break out of the loop, or not the loop, but the statement. Break. Okay, so let's run the program and let's see what will be the output. I will just compile the program and run it, and it prints very good because we have defined integer whose value is 90, and this variable we are evaluating with our switch statement, and then your program or switch statement evaluates whether the case, so case becomes, if the score is 90, then it will execute this code, whatever you write after this colon and before this break keyword. All the code, whatever you write inside this, will be executed. Okay. And whenever this break is called, it goes directly out of this switch statement. So this condition or this case is not checked, and this case is not checked, and this case is also not checked. So your switch statement waits for the condition to be true. For example, we just write 60, which is this case, and run the program. It prints good, right? Or we define some weird condition, for example 33, which is not defined in either of these cases, then the message is the grades are not defined. So your this code will be implemented. So this is like an if condition in switch statement, not else, not if, but the else condition in if statement, right? So whenever these conditions are not met, then the default condition is called, right? Now there are other ways of writing switch statement, or there are some properties of switch statement. For example, you can define case without the break statement like this. So if you define case where score is equal to 100 and you don't give here break keyword, let's see what happens. And in this case, we will define score is equal to 100, and we will run the program, and it says very good. And why this is happening is, whenever you define something or some case without a break, it goes to the evaluate the case. It sees that score is equal to 100, which is okay, and immediately it goes to the next case where case is equal to or score is equal to 90, and it prints the next case statement, which is this one, and then immediately it sees that break is called, and then it breaks out of the switch statement. So whenever you want to evaluate multiple condition and you want to print or you want to execute a same code, you can define multiple conditions like this without a break keyword. For example, 95, and you define 95 here also, then it will print very good. Okay, so it's evaluating 3 conditions at a time, and if the score is 100 or 95 or 90, this statement will be true. Okay, in the same way you can define different case here also. For example, if score is 80 for example, or 60, and let's define score is equal to 80, then it will print good. Okay, so you can check multiple conditions without adding the switch or without adding the break keyword to any case. So in this way you can evaluate conditions using switch statement. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what are loops, and we will also see how to use while loop, which is the most basic kind of loop in Java. So first of all, what is a loop? A loop is a piece of code or statement which executes some block of code again and again until some condition is met. So for example, you want to execute some block of code again and again in Java without rewriting it. Loop will help you to do exactly the same. Now I will give you an example. For example, I have an integer which I initialized it by 0, and let's see first of all what is the basic syntax of while loop. While loop, as the name suggests, use the keyword while and then these round brackets and then these curly braces we will use to execute your statement. Here comes the condition. It can be true or false. Whenever this condition is true, it executes your code here, and as soon as this condition becomes false, then this loop will break. So for example, I want to check whether the value of a is less than 10 or not. Okay, and right now I have initialized it by 0, so obviously it's less than 10. Then whatever I write here will be executed. Okay, and it will execute forever if I don't change the value of a. Okay, so this can be an infinite loop. If I, for example, write system.out.println and I just print the value of a here. Okay, this will become an infinite loop. Okay, infinite loops are also useful if you know how to use them, but right now we will see how to use this condition more effectively. So for example, I print the value of a and then I increase it by 1 like this. So then I run the program here, and what it did the same execution of code again and again unless this condition is met. So what this code has done, initially the value of a was 0, so it has printed the value of a here as 0 because 0 is less than 10, right? Then it increased the value of a by 1, and now the value of a became 1. Okay, and then it goes here once again, and 1 is less than 10, then it prints the value of a once again and it prints 1 here, and it execute the same statement again and again and again, and it increases the value of a again and again until the value of a becomes 10. So it printed the value of a until 9, but when the value of a becomes 10 here, 10 is not less than 10, then the condition is false and we will go out of the loop and program is terminated, right? In the same way, if you do something like this is less than or equal to, this will print the value of a until 10. So let's execute the program and you can see it printed 0 to 10. Okay, and we have done using only a single line of code. We have printed these 10 or 11 values using a single line of code using this loop, right? We are just incrementing the value of a, and on the basis of this we are changing the value of a, and then we are checking these conditions. This will work in opposite direction also. For example, a is greater than or equal to 10. Let's initialize a by 10, and if a is greater than or equal to 10, we want to print the value of a, and here we can just minus the value of a by 1, and once again run the program and it will print a is equal to 10. But here when you change it to, for example, 0 or 1, let's see what happens. It has printed the value from 10 to 1 in decreasing order. Okay, so you can do or execute your code like this also. So what basically this while loop is doing is it's executing the code or this single line or these two lines again and again until and unless this condition is true. So if this condition is true, this statement will be executed. As soon as this condition becomes false, the while loop will break and it will go out of the loop. Okay, so this is the basic concept of loop. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what is do while loop. In the last video we have seen how to use while loop like this. Do while loop is also a kind of loop, but it's slightly different from a while loop, and I will show you the difference once I show you how to use it. So I will leave this code as it is, which I have shown you in the last video. So if you don't know how to use while loop, just see the last video. And this I will leave it as it is to show the difference between while loop and do while loop. And just below this while loop, I will declare one more variable, int b, whose value is also 0. Okay, I have initialized a in the last video as 0, and now I am initializing b as 0. And let's see the syntax of do while loop now. So first of all, you write the keyword do, and then you write these curly braces, and at the end of your curly braces you just write while, and then in this round brackets comes your expression which you want to evaluate, and this will be the Boolean expression. Let's say in the last video we have given this condition. I will copy the same condition in this while loop expression, but this will be b. We are evaluating the value of b, right? So this is our basic syntax for do while loop, and I'm also going to print the value of b, and I will increase the value of b by 1 as I have done in the last video. So here I'm printing the value of b and I'm increasing the value of b by 1. Now let's see the basic difference between while and do while loop. Let's print some line or something in between so that we know that while loop ends and do while loop starts. So this will be the separator between the two lines, right? So let's try to run the program, and now the program has successfully run, and now the result is this one. So for the first time when you see it, shows no difference between the results, right? But the basic difference between while loop and do while loop is that while loop first evaluates the condition and then executes your statement, and do while loop executes, so it do first, so executes your statement first and then evaluates your condition, right? So for example, I want to check if the value of a is for example -1 here, okay, which is not, and here also value of b is -1. Here I'm checking if it's less than or equal to -1, and in while loop also I'm checking if it's equal to or less than -1, and then I run the program. What it does, this while loop will not be executed because we are evaluating this condition, and in here the value of a is equal to 0, and this condition is false because 0 is not less than or equal to -1, so this will not be executed at all, right? And then our line prints, so this line prints, so above this line there is nothing as result, as you can see here, but below this line we have a result 0. So why this is printing 0 here? Because it first executes your statement. So the value of b is 0 and it prints your statement and then increase the value of b by 1, and then it evaluates the condition, right? So even if the condition is false, the do while loop at least once it will be executed. Do while loop statement at least once it will be executed, and then your condition will be evaluated. So this is the basic difference between while and do while loop. While loop first evaluates the condition, and then if the condition is true it executes the statement, and do while loop first executes your statement and then check if the condition is true or false, and then once again it will executes your statement if the condition is true. So do while loop at least once it will execute if the condition is false. So this is how you can use do while loop, and this is the difference between while and do while loop. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video, we will see what are arrays and how we can declare and use arrays in Java. Now, what is an array? An array is same as a variable, but it can store more than one values at a time. But the only condition with array is you need to store, or you can only store same kind of values in an array. For example, you want to store 10 integer in an array, you can do it. But if you want to store 5 integers and 5 double values, you can not do it. So you can only store same kind of data type in an array. So let's see how we can declare array in Java. It's very simple. You just need to give the data type first of all. For example, we want to create an integer array, then we give the data type, and then we use these square brackets, and then we give the variable name. For example, my int array. Okay, and then you can initialize this array in these curly braces, and whatever comes inside these curly braces, for example 1 comma 3 comma 2 comma 4 comma 5, these are the values or elements of the array. So it can store multiple integer. So we have stored right now 5 integers in this array, right? And when you compile it, it will work fine. There is other way of declaring array, and which is like this. You just use your data type and then my int array 2, for example, and then you give your square bracket, and then you can give values to the array, and this will also work fine, but it's not the preferred way of declaring array. So this first way of declaring array is preferred. This is not preferred way of declaring array in Java, but it will work if you want to declare it. So we compile it and it will compile fine. It will not complain. Okay. Now there are different ways of declaring array. The most basic one is this one, but there are different ways of declaring arrays like this. The most used ways of declaring array are these three ways. So first is whatever I showed you here, like this, and which is like this, right? And you can declare an array like this: integer, square bracket, and the name, and is equal to new. We haven't learned what is new keyword here, so I will not go into deep in this and this kind of array. This we will learn when we will learn how to use classes and objects. So we will use this kind of array right now, but I wanted to show you that these declarations are also possible, right? So now if you declare an array, these are called the elements of the array, and right now our array contains 5 elements, and the index, so the position at which these values are stored, are called index. And the index of the array, if you think that it will start from 1, it will not. The index of an array starts from 0. So for example, I want to print the value, this one, 2, for example. So I can write system dot out dot print line, and then in here I can print my array like this, and in the square bracket you can give the index. So if you want to print this 2, you may think that the position is 1, 2, 3, third position, 2 is at the third position, and you can do it like this. But when you run this program, it will give you the value 4, which is this one. So index of the array starts from 0. So 0, 1 and 2. So the actual position of this value is 2, and whenever you write index 2, it will give you the value 2. Okay, let's take some bigger values: 3, 31, 26, 40 something, and 52. Okay, and we want to print 26 here. So the index of this is 0, 1, 2. So just write the name of your array, and then in square bracket the index of the array, and it will print the index of the array like this. Okay, so in this way you can access the value of array. If you want to access this 100, you can just write the position index 0, and then you can access the value 100 like this. Okay, And if you want to print all the values in the array, I have shown you how to use loops. And using, for example, while loop, you can print all the values in the array like this. For example, we want to print the value of all the elements. Okay, so on the basis of its position, you can do it. For example, I declare one more variable, int I is equal to 0, which will be the index, or let's name it as index of the array. Okay, and if index is less than 5, right, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it will go up to 4, but as soon as it goes to 5, it will be exhausted, right? If index is less than 5, we want to print the value of the array. So index, we will paste it here instead of 0, and then we will increase the value of index by 1 every time in the loop. And this, when we run this program, this will give you the value of this array like this. You see, all the elements are printed like using this while loop. First is 100, second is 31, third is 26, fourth is 48, and fifth element is 52. Okay, but if you do something like this, for example, you change it to 6, but your array value is 5, then it will give you an error, because the last value it will try to access is not existing, so it will give you some error. So always remember what is the size of your array, and depending upon the size of the array, consider making your program, then it will not give an error, right? So size of an array is important whenever you use the array. So I hope you have understood the basic declarations and how to use arrays. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video, we will see how to use for loops in Java. In the last video, I have shown you how to use arrays in Java. And we will see in this video how we can use for loop effectively to, use them with arrays. So first of all, how to declare a for loop. For loop is same as while loop or do while loop in a way that it executes the same code again and again until some condition is met. But in here, you have more control over your conditions. Now let's see what is the basic declaration of for loop. So you just write the keyword for, and then you just write these round brackets, and then in curly braces you write your statement. And in here you can give 3 different expressions. One is called initialization, so I will just do it something like this. Comment. In comments, first of all, first expression is called init or initialization. Second is your expression, and third is called the increment value. Okay, so you give these 3 expressions inside your for loop. So let's try to declare these 3 expressions. So inside your for loop, you can define this integer value, for example int I. For printing these value, for example, we can declare the index of the array like this, int index. Or in the last video, if you remember what I have shown you. So in the last video, I've shown you how to use arrays and how to print the elements, all the elements of the array using this while loop. And we have declared this integer index here in the last video. This declaration we have done outside our loop, which was while loop, but using for loop, you can initialize this index here itself inside the expression. So you can initialize index is equal to 0 and then semicolon, and then you can check this condition, which is index should be less than 5. We were here, so it should be less than 5. And then the third condition is the increment. We were doing increment like this, but in for loop you can increment this index inside this expression value itself. So for loop solves three things for you. One is initialization, which you have done outside whenever you were using while loop, and then your expression, which will give you true or false, which comes in between, and then the increment, which you were doing inside your while loop, but you can do it right whenever you are declaring your for loop. Okay, so in this way you have more control over your code. Okay, and then you can just print the value of your array, which is this one by one based upon the index. So I will run the program and it prints all the values in the array, which is 100, 31, 26, 48 and 52, which are these. So how it works? First of all, for loop initializes your variable, for example index is equal to 0, and then it checks this expression whether value of index is less than 5 or not. So because we have initialized it by 0, 0 is not it's less than 0, less than 5, which is true, then it executes your statement and then it increments the value. Okay, so first initialization, then expression checking, and then if the expression is true, it will print your value and then it will increment the value of index by 1. Okay, so first the value of index is 0, which is less than 5, it will print it, and the value of array at index 0 is 100, right? It print the 100, and then it will increment the value of index by 1, which makes the value of index is equal to 1. 0 plus 1 is equal to 1, and 1 is less than 5, so it will print the value of array at index 1, which is 31, and then it will increment the value of index by 1. Now index becomes 2. 2 is less than 5, it will just print this value again and again, right? So this is one way of using for loop. But there is one more way of using for loop, and which is like this. If you are using specifically arrays, then it's more easy to use this expression for loop. So the declaration is the same, but in the case of array, you can just directly use this array here. So for example, you can just write int element. So this is your name of the variable which will hold the value 1 by 1, right? And then you give this colon here, and then you give the name of your array, for example like this. So what this expression is doing is it will go over your array 1 by 1 and it will store the value of this array 1 by 1. So at first when this loop will start, the value in the increment or value which will be saved in this element will be 100, and then once again it will loop, and then value becomes 31 here, and then value becomes 26 here, and then value becomes 48. So it will iterate over your array, and one by one it will transfer the value of this array in this element, and then you can access this element like this. For example, you can just print this here like this, and I will just comment this for now, and let's see what happens. I'll run the program and it prints the same values like these. Okay, so this is other way of using for loop. If you have arrays to access the values, right? So here comes the array and it will transfer one by one your element value in this element, and then you can access this element one by one whenever loop will iterate over the array. Okay, so this is intelligent way of iterate over arrays using for loop, and this is basic for loop which you can use to iterate over some values. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of for loop. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are strings and how we can use strings in Java. So first of all, what is a string? A string is, you can say, is a sequence of characters, or in other words you can say a string is a character array. And how you can declare strings in Java? You just need to use this keyword called string, and then you can name your string whatever you want. So I name it as my string is equal to, and then in double quotes whatever string you want to assign. So for example, hello world, you can do it something like this. And this string you can just print it using system.out.println, system.out.println, and you can call your string here and it will print your string, right? This is very simple stuff. Now there are some properties and functions related to strings which we can use. For example, I want to get the length of the string. I can just use this string or I can declare a variable called my string length, my string length is equal to the variable name of my string dot length. Okay, and this function length will return the size or length of the string. So the length of the string, as we can calculate, 1 2 3 4 5 and 5 letters for world and 1 for space, so 11 should be the length of this string. And let's run the program. It returns 11, right? So this length function will give you the length of the string. Now for example, I can modify this string. I will declare one new variable called my string in lowercase. So you can convert your string to lowercase, all the letters in lowercase, like H is capital here and W is capital in world. You can just convert them into lowercase, something like this. So use your string variable name to and then lowercase. Just use this function and then it will convert your string to the lowercase. Run the program and it converts hello world. From hello it converts H to lower, and from world it will convert world to lowercase. In the same way it will convert your string to the uppercase. So I will change it to string in case, like this, and I can convert to the uppercase. So I can just use dot to uppercase. It will convert your string in capital letters like this. It will print your string. Okay. And there are some other properties of string. For example, you want to join two string, you can do it something like this: hello in double quotes plus world in double quotes. And this means you're concatenating two strings. One string is hello and other string is world. And whenever you use this plus sign between them, it will concatenate or join these two strings. Okay, so it will not affect our result. It just removes the space because this world and hello doesn't contain any space. If I give any space here, then it will give you the space here. Okay, so the other function you can use with this array is not array, but the string is the replace function. For example, you want to replace some character from this string. I will change it to the original value, hello world, and I want to add, or I want to change this E to some other letter, for example A. Okay, so I can use something like this. I can use this my string, then dot replace, and I can replace my old character. So I will replace character E by, for example, character A. Okay, and it will search for all the E characters in this string. It will replace it by A. So when we run the program, it will give the result HALLO, hello world, instead of HELLO, right? For example, our string would contain more than one E here, and then we run the program. It will convert or replace our E by A. Okay, so you can replace the characters in the string using this replace function. You can do more things with this replace function. You just need to hover over this function and just see the examples which is suggested by Eclipse here. So examples are replace the characters, you can replace, or you can replace some more strings or something like this. Okay, so this is how you can use strings in Java. There are other functions in strings which you can use. You just need to add a dot to your variable and see what function suits your your requirements. You have this concat function which concatenates. You have this index of some character. If you want to find some index of the character, for example, I want to find the index of for example O, then I can just write a character O, and then I can run this program, and it gives -1. For some reason I have to see this this index of and what it does, and you just need to hover over the function, and then you just need to see what this function is doing. So it returns -1, the index of first occurrence of the character in the character sequence represented by the object, or -1 if the character does not occur. Okay, so this was 0. If this was O, I would have got the right answer, which is 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so just find your function which suits your requirement and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In this video we will see what is a method and how to use a method in Java. Methods are also called functions in other languages. So if I use function or method, they can be used interchangeably. Okay, but in Java, this method is preferred, or method keyword is preferred. So first of all, what is a method? A method is a piece of code which executes some logic, and you can wrap this method with a name, and you can call this method again and again whenever you want to use it. Now, how to use a method? First of all, for your information, this main is also a method which every Java program has. This I have told you in the initial videos, right? So in this same method, this is, Java is expecting us to provide, and our method name should not be main, because there should be only one main method in any Java program. Okay, but other than main and reserved name in Java, you can define any name to a method. So first of all, let's see what is the basic syntax of a method. So we just give, first of all, the access specifier to our method, which is public, like this, and then static. So don't worry about these public and static, because we will see these keywords in detail in the later videos whenever we will see how to use classes. But then starts this return value, which is the part of the method, and then comes the name of the method. For example, my first method. Okay, and then comes these brackets. In these brackets we can pass some parameter, but for the first time, because it's an introduction, I just want to leave them empty. They can be left empty, or you can pass parameters like int a, something like this in here. But for now, for simplicity, I will leave them blank. So this is the simplest kind of method. So what are these? First of all, public static is called the access specifier, and public keyword tells your class or Java that it's accessible anywhere inside your class. Okay, and then void is the return type. Right now we are not returning anything, that's why we write here void, but I will show you in the further videos how to return value using method, and in that we will see more options other than void with this method. And then comes the method name, and in these circular brackets or round brackets comes the argument. For now we are not passing any argument, and then in these curly braces comes your statement. For example, we want to execute or we want to print some message. So system dot out dot print line, and we just write hello YouTube. Okay, and this is the basic syntax or code which you want to write or which you want to execute using this method. Now you can call this method in your main method here, and you don't need to execute or print anything. You can just call this method as it is. You just need to copy the name of the method like this, and then provide these two round brackets. Okay, and then when you run the program, it will print hello YouTube. So we are not, if you notice, we are not directly printing in our main method hello YouTube, but we are calling the function with a function name, and then it prints hello YouTube. Okay, and the biggest advantage of using this function or method is it will make your code really readable and really concise, and it will make your code look good, okay, and understandable. So for example, you want to call this method again and again inside your function, you can call it and you don't need to write any further code, right? It will print hello YouTube 5 times. So you can call a method again and again inside your main method and without rewriting the same code again and again. So the basic rule of thumb is, when you decide to write a method, whenever you have the code which is, which you want to write again and again, then you may wrap it inside a method, and this will help you to reduce the lines of code which will you write, okay. For example, this code contains 5 lines, okay. So, and we don't want to write these 5 lines again and again, because for example, this method contains 5 lines, and if we have to do it without the method, we have to do it, just like this, and we want to call it if once again these 5 lines of code again in our main method, then we need to write it something like this and this, and this will make your code really lengthy, and whenever your code becomes really lengthy, it will be hard to read your code, okay. And what this method is doing, it's just making your code with, execute with just single line of code, okay. So this is the real advantage of method, and you should give really logical name to your method so that it's understandable, and then any other person, if he is reading your code, he will be able to understand your code also, okay. So this is the basic form of method in Java. There are other kinds of methods. For example, method which takes arguments, method which returns value, which I will show you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how we can declare a method in Java and what is a method and why it's used. Now in this video, we will see some more properties we can add to a method. One I'm going to show you is called passing parameters to the method, and other is called the returning values from a method. So this was the simple method I have shown you in the last video. Now it doesn't solve much of the purpose, because every time it's not flexible, it's only printing hello YouTube every time. Now to make it more flexible, we can add an argument to this function we have made in the last video. So the declaration remains same. Public static is the access specifier, void is the return value. Void means we are returning no value, and the name of our function is this one, and in these round brackets we will pass our parameter in just a moment, and in here in these curly braces we write our statement. So for example, we want to greet some persons based upon their names. So we can pass an argument to this function like this. So we will pass the name in the form of string variable. So we just give the data type first, and then we give the value or variable name which we want to pass. So we can say name, okay. So this kind of declaration inside your round bracket in the function is called the parameter passing, okay. And this parameter name, which is a string, you can use inside your function. So if you want to say hello or whatever name is passed to the function, then it will print that name. So whenever we call this function, say hello to the main method, for example, we call the name John, then it will greet hello John. Okay, so I will run the program and it says hello John. And this function can be used to greet more than one function, for example John, Tom, or for example some other name, Mark for example, and it will greet all three names, hello John, hello Tom, and hello Mark. Okay, so this makes our function a little bit flexible in a way that we can use it according to our use. Okay, the other use of this function, we can use it to add, for example, with integer. So here you can pass any number of parameter. It's not necessary that you need to pass only one parameter. You can pass multiple parameters in here as in parameter, right? So how we can do this? We will declare one more function, for example public, this should be public static void because we are not returning anything. And now we will make a function called add, which we want to add two values in using this function. Okay, and in here we can pass multiple values, whatever number of values you want to add. For example, int a comma int b. For example, we want to add these two values and print the result. What we can do is we can just print these values by calling a plus b. So just write a plus b. Okay, and what this will do, whatever you pass as an argument here and here, it will add these two values and print on the terminal, right? So when I run this program, first of all I need to call this add function. I will delete this say hello from the main and I will call this add function, and for example I want to add two integers, and this is 100 and 201, for example I want to add, and I will run the program and it prints the result, which is 301 using this code. Okay, and now I want to add some more integers. For example, I want to add some values and some other values, and I can do it with the same function. So this makes your job really easy. Using a same function, you can add different values or you can perform different operations on different values, right? So it makes your code really readable and understandable at the same time. Now you can add more in parameters like int c, and you can add this parameter here, and in here you can add some more integer values like this. Okay, so it depends upon you how many parameters you want to pass to your function, and it will give you the result. Okay, so it's totally dependent upon you. The only thing is you just need to give the data type and the variable which will hold these values. So indirectly, whenever you pass 100 as a first parameter, 100 is equal to 100 becomes a here and it goes here. Okay, so the value of a becomes 100 and value of b becomes 201 in this here, and value of c becomes 211 here. So they will be replaced and they will be called and the answer will be printed on the console. Okay, now to make it more flexible, this is called parameter passing, but we can only uh, pass the values, and if we want to access the result using these parameter passing, we cannot access the result. So for example, we want to use this result 512 in our main function to do some other arithmetic operation. How we can use it? Okay, so it's using this function it's not possible, right? But there is a way to do this, and the way to do this is by returning some value. So we will modify this add function a little. Right now it's returning void. Void means it's not returning anything. But when we want to use it inside our main function, when we want to use the result inside our main function, we can return integer value. Okay, and this return value will tell what kind of value you want to return from your function, and the same you will return from here. So just write return and just write a, it should be a plus b plus c. Okay, and in this way what you are basically doing is you are taking all the values which you pass from or in this function, and you are adding this and you are returning from this function. So let's take an example of this. So let's comment this system out for now, and right now what we are doing is we will just add the values we are passing, these three values, and we will return. And whenever a function return anything, you can store it in other variable but of the same type. So the data type of the returning value and the value in which you want to store the return value should be same. So this is integer and this is integer or int, right? And you can call this add function and paste it here. And what this basically do is this will add 100, or this will replace a as 100, b as 201, c as 211, and it will add these two values and it will return this sum, and you can store this sum in some other variable. Okay, and then you can print this value like this. So you can call sum and this will give you, or you can access this value inside your main function like this. So this is due to this. And if you want to do some other arithmetic operation on this sum, you can do it. For example, int result sum multiplied by, for example, 15 you want to do. You can do it like this, and this should be equal to, and you can call your sum like this, and you can just run the program and it will give you the multiplication of whatever sum you will get from the add function, adding these three numbers, and then you can do some arithmetic operations on the sum you get as a result, and you can multiply it by or whatever arithmetic operation you want to do, and you can store this result in another variable and you can use it. So in this way the function or methods made it really easy to organize your code and make it really concise, really readable, really understandable, and it also makes your code prettier. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of passing parameters like these and returning values like these. Okay, in the same way you can make any logic using these functions. For example, multiplication, you can make a function to make multiplication, you can make a function to do divisions, you can add two numbers, you can subtract two numbers, or any complicated arithmetic or logical or anything you want to do, you can do it inside a function, and you can take arguments or parameters here, and you can return the result so that you can use it in your main method. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of taking parameters or passing parameters to a method and returning values from a method. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. Till now we have seen the procedural part of Java. Now from this video we will see some of the object oriented aspects of Java, and first of all we will see what are classes and how we can declare classes in Java and how we can use classes in Java. So first of all, what is a class? You may have noticed that whenever we have created our first program, it was a class, and inside this class we were calling this main method. So every Java project has at least one class and one main method, and class is basically a data structure or type inside which you can define some variables which are called member variables and methods which are called member methods. And the most important property of classes are you can create instance or object from class, so you can maintain different states of a class using these instances or objects. So let's see how we can define a class which will be a new class and how we can use it with our main class which is my class. So for example, we want to make some student data structure, and for that we will make a class. So just go to your project if you are using Eclipse and go to the package you have made. We have made a lesson 1 package at the starting of this video series. Go to that package inside which you will be having a class, my class in my case. Just go to the package, right click the same package and go to new and create a new class. And this class name, we will name it as student. Okay, and leave everything as default and click finish. And now we have this student class inside our lesson 1 package. So we have two classes now. My class is the first class which we were working on, and the second class is called student.java, and this is the second class we have created now. Now this class can have its member variables and methods. So for example, what can be the traits of the student? Student can have his ID. So ID is integer value, so I declare a variable called ID. Student can have name, so I declare a variable called name. And student can have age, his age, so I declare student age. Okay, so this is basically you have created a class and it can have member variables. It can also have member methods that we will see in a moment, but let's consider this is a basic student class which contains 3 variables: ID, name and age. Okay, now to call this class in your main method in my class, you can just create an instance of or object of the class. So how you can do it? You can just call the same name, student class name, just copy this name here and then give the name to your instance. So as we give any name to our variables, for example age, name or something, here also you can give the name to the student's variable. Okay, so for example the name is Mark. We are making the data structure for Mark is equal to new student. Okay, and this basically we have created an instance of student class which we name as mark. So this is a mark instance. So mark here is called object. Okay, or some people also call it as instance. Okay, instance. So mark is here called the object or instance, and this object we can use to assign values to the member variables of this student class. For example, marks id is so whenever you call this instance called mark, and whenever you use this dot separator, it will give you the options which is provided by Eclipse to you. So the student class contain age, id and name. So we will choose id. Student id is equal to, for example, 1. Mark is our first student, and in the same way you can call mark dot name, should be mark dot name is equal to, name is mark, we already know, and the age. So mark dot age is equal to, and he is 15-year-old, for example. So what we have done is we have created an instance of student class and we name it as mark, and then to this instance we have created or we have assigned some values, and these values we can access these values with the same names: mark.id, mark.name and mark.age. So you can just write sys o control shift, and then you can just write mark dot name is so you use plus or concatenation operator is, and then plus, and then mark dot age. So we will print mark is whatever his age is, years old. Okay, years old. Okay, and when we run this program, it will print mark is 15 years old. Okay, in a similar way we can create different instances of our classes, and so what we can do is I will just copy the same mark student class, and we will create a new object called, this time we call it Tom. Okay, so here Tom is the second instance of the student class. Okay, and his id is 2, name is Tom itself, and the age is for example 14. Okay, so in here we can once again make the copy of this print line method, and this time we will just replace mark by Tom, and now you can see it prints Tom is 14-year-old. And is there something wrong here? Yeah, here we haven't changed this instance name here. Okay, once again we will run the program, and it says Mark is 15-year-old and Tom is 14 years old. Okay, so using a class we can define different object, and we can define these object values of object member variable values which are independent of each other. So this instance values, which are id, Tom's name and Tom's age, is independent of Mark's id, Mark's name and Mark's age. Okay, so this is a very important property of object, that it can store its own state and it's independent of the other instance, right? Now in in Java programming or programming in general, we never use, or this kind of usage, direct usage of variables are discouraged. And why it's discouraged? Because any other person or whoever is using your code can modify these values. So we use some some methods or some functions which can get or set these values. Okay, so what I mean by getting and setting these values is uh, I can go to this class called student, and in here I can just go to the source tab, and in here I can go to, so we will go to the source and just go to generate getters and setters here, and here we can see operation is not applicable in current class. Okay, and in here we will just use this and click once again getters and setters. So just click one variable name or variable, then only this will work. So go to source once again and create getters and setters, and in here select all. So we are basically making getter and setter method for every value, because we don't want to use, or we don't want to access these variable directly. We just create getters and setters for all of them, and whenever we click OK, you can see here Java has created us these getters and setters for all these values. Okay, and what this is basically doing is, it has, whenever we want to assign some value to the id, we will use set id method, and whenever we want to get the value of id, we will use get method, and this is called encapsulation of a variable. And this is important because we don't want to give access to our variables to some other user which is unknown to us, right? And so now what we are going to do is, we have generated these getters and setters in between our variables, so we can just cut these values and paste it here, and these getters and setters we have generated for all the values, right? So now when we want to assign some value to the mark instance, instead of this mark.id, we will just use mark.set id or set id, and then we can give any id to mark, and this value assignment is we are not going to use. In the same way, we will use marks dot set name, and this name we will give to mark, and in the same way we will assign age to mark. So mark dot set age. Okay, age is 15, right? And in the same way we will do something with Tom's instance also. So Tom dot set id, Tom dot set name. So Tom dot set name, we will assign this name to Tom, and Tom dot set age, same thing here. So basically what we have done, we have used, instead of direct assignment, we are assigning values using these getters and setters, and this protects your data from corrupting if somebody wants to corrupt your data or something like this. Okay, and to get these value you just call mark dot get name and mark dot get age. Okay, and same we will do with our Tom instance, and whenever we run the program result will be same, but this is more preferred while you are accessing or assigning the values to the member variables. So this is how classes works in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video we have seen what is a class and how we can declare a class and how we can declare an instance of a class and use them. Now in this video we will see how to use a class constructor and what is a class constructor. So first of all we will start our tutorial by making a new class. So I will go to my package and I will right click and go to new, and I will create a class and I will name my class as cube. By this cube class I'm going to get, or I'm going to calculate the volume of a cube using different length, breadth and height. So I'm going to declare three variables, int length, int breadth and int height, so that I can calculate the volume using all these three variables. And then I will declare a method which will return int, and I will name it as get cube volume, and this will take nothing as parameter. And what this method will do is I'm going to just return the length, the product of length into breadth multiplied by height. Okay, so this is the volume of the cube, right? Length into breadth into height. Okay, and this was get cube volume, right? So I have declared this class. Now I'm going to initialize an instance of the class. So I will create a cube and I will name my cube instance as cube1 is equal to new cube, right? And this cube with the round bracket is called the constructor of your cube class. And the most basic property of constructor is even if you don't define a constructor, Java will create a default constructor for you whenever you create a class. So we haven't created this constructor method explicitly anywhere here in our class, but this is default constructor which is provided by Java for us. And we can also define a constructor for us, and the constructor name is always exactly the same as the class name. So for defining a constructor you can just write cube, and it for default constructor I'm not going to pass any values right now, but it can take values, okay, or parameters. So here you can provide parameters as you can do it with the method, but the most important property of constructor is it has the same name as class and it never returns any value. So constructor never returns any value, so you cannot return like this in constructor. Okay, now what I'm going to do is this constructor, let me print something. So sys o, and I'm going to print we are in constructor. Okay, and in our main class, in our main method, we have just defined the instance of this cube class and nothing else. And when we run the program, it prints we are in constructor. That means whenever you create an instance of a class, the first method which is called or which is initialized is the constructor of the class. Okay, so you can define a constructor, and if you want to initialize something, you can do it with the constructors because it's the first method which will be executed, right? So constructors are generally used to initialize values in a class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize some value like length is equal to 10, variable breadth is equal to, for example, 20, and variable height is equal to 30, for example. Okay, so this is the default constructor we have defined, and in here we have defined the value of length, breadth and height, so that if user even don't initialize these length, breadth and height, we are going to initialize, or Java will initialize this value for us using this default constructor. So now what we can do is we have initialized the instance of the constructor, and using this constructor we can print, or we can call get cube volume method. Okay, so not here but here, cube, which is the instance of this cube class, dot get cube volume, and this will return us the product of 10 into 20 into 100, which we have initialized these values as, right? Now you can provide multiple constructors or constructor overloading to the class. So you can provide this constructor, which we can consider as a default constructor, and in here we are going to provide 3 parameter, int L, comma int B, comma int H. Okay, and these parameter we will pass to our length, breadth and height. Okay, so this is called constructor overloading. So we can define 2 constructor at the same time, both with different pair of arguments, and this we will call it as default constructor, and whenever you want to provide some values by yourself, you can use this constructor, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to define second instance of cube class, cube 2, which is second instance, is equal to new cube, right? And now we can just call the same method get cube volume, but using cube 2 instance, and here we will define length, breadth and height, for example 20, 20, 20. Okay, so Java is intelligent enough to understand that this constructor is this one, and whenever you don't provide any argument, whenever you hover over your constructor and just control click it, it will go to the default constructor here, right? So now when we run the program, one will give us the product of these values 10 into 20 into 30, which is 6000, and other will give us the value of or product of these value 20 into 20 into 20, which is 8000. 1000. So we can define multiple constructor with different argument as we require with our class. Okay, so this is all about constructor, I think. And once again, I'm going to review what are constructor. Constructor are the member method in a class which have the same name as your class, exactly the same. Constructor never returns any value. Constructor can take parameter or they cannot, you can, it's totally on you if you want to provide any parameter to a constructor or not. You can define multiple constructor and use them with the class. So I have defined constructor with no parameter, so I can define it like this. And I have defined a constructor with 3 parameter, length, breadth and height, so I can define it by like this. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In this video we will learn about method overloading. In the last videos I have shown you how to use a method. Now method overloading is same as declaring method, but the main thing is you can define different method with the same name. So two method you can define with the same name which can perform two different different logic. So for example, I want to add two values and I want to declare some method for this. So I will declare a function called public static, and it will return integer value, and I will name it as add. Okay, and what it's going to do is it's going to add two values. Okay, and it will return these two values, and then I will pass int a comma int b as the parameters, and I will return the sum of these two values, right? A plus b, and I can call it in here, right? But in real world programming, the situation may occur that you want to add not only two integer values, you may want to add two double values or decimal values, or you may want to add two strings, because plus you can be used as a concatenation operators also. So what you can do in Java is you can define the method, two different method with the same name, but for example different parameters and different values. Okay, so you can define add something like this, or you can define add something like this, and this is called method overloading. Whenever you define different method with the same name which performs some different logic, but they have the same name, they can perform mostly same logic, but data type you want to use them or parameter you want to pass them can be different. And whenever you will call these method, for example something like this, you want to add two values, you can just call add two integer 1 comma 36. So it will by default Java knows that whenever you pass two integers here in a method, you are calling this method because you are passing two integers. In the same way, whenever you pass two double values, for example 5 point something and 40 point something, then your Java program knows that you are calling this video. So Java is intelligent enough to deduce your method by your initialization of the method. In the same way, you can pass whenever you want to pass two names, for example hello, and second parameter as world. Then also it can know that you are calling this function because it takes string values, and whenever you run the program it will give you different result. And so in the first case, this add is calling this function. In the second case, this add function is calling this function, and in the third case, this add is calling this function. So the method overloading, or the basic logic of method overloading, is you can define different method with the same name to perform different operations, okay, but logically they will be doing some same kind of work. So this is method overloading in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what does the static keyword do in a class. So in the last videos which I have been showing you, you may have seen the usage of this keyword static with some member method or member variables of a class. And you may be curious, what is the meaning of this? This is not just we are putting like this. It has some meaning. So the meaning behind the static keyword is, whenever you declare your member as static, the static member belongs to the class instance instead of some specific instance of a class. So let me give you an example and then we will see it once again. So I have a class called hello, and which contains two methods. One is a static method and other is a non-static method. Static method means I have added static keyword to this, and this method is not doing much. It's just taking string as an argument and it's returning this string in as whatever we pass back. And the same method we are using here, it has a different name which is do something else, and this does not have any static keyword in it. Okay, so whenever we declare the instance of a class, for example hello is equal to new hello, the static member is shared by, so whenever you create an instance, you can create many instances of, for example hello 1, hello 2. The static member method will be shared by every instance, okay, and the static member only belongs to the class, not to the instance. So it will not belong to the instance of a class, but it will only belong to the class itself. So if you want to do something like this, say dot do something, which is a static method, and we want to pass some message, hi YouTube, for example, it will work, and it will work fine, but it will give some warning here, and the warning is the static method do something from the type hello should not be accessed in static way. Okay, so you cannot access, or you can access this, but it's a wrong way of accessing this method, which is declared as static method. So for accessing your static method, whatever you define as static, you can access this method directly from a class like hello dot do something, and this is the right way. And once you do this, your warning message will be gone. Okay, but a non-static method, when you try to access, so this hello is my class name dot do something is not, something else is not available in this class, right? So this method is not available or cannot be accessed directly with the class name. But whenever you add a static before your method name or variable name, it's accessed from the class itself. So do something is accessed from the class, and do something else, which is not a static method, cannot be accessed by directly by this class. You see there is no do something else. But this non-static method is available through the instance of a class. Okay, so basically the non-static methods are available or can be accessed using the instance of a class, and the static method should be accessed using the class itself, not the instance. Okay, so this is the correct way of using a static class or static method, and this is the correct way of using non-static method. You can even declare some variable as static, for example public static int age, for example, and then whenever you want to access by this instance, you can just for example hello dot age. Whenever you want to assign some value to the age, let's see what happens. So it's okay right now, but it's once again showing the warning that the static field hello age should be accessed statically, right? Once again we define a different instance of this class hello1, and we assign some different value here, for example 20 or 50, right? And we will print hello age once again. So sys o, and we will print this hello age here, and we will print this hello age here also with this instance. Okay, and for now let's comment these two, and when we run the program, it gives you the same, I mean the answer, but it's preferred because it's a instance, or not the instance, but it's the X member of the class. You need to use it like this, not by instance but using the class itself. Okay, so whenever you want to declare a variable or a method static, just access them using a class, and whenever you are using non-static method or variable, access them with the instance of a class. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In the last video we have seen what does the static keyword do in a Java class. Now in this video I am going to give one more example, so this meaning of static will be more clear to you. So for example, I have a class called student, and in this class I have two member variables. One is the name of the student, which is a string, and one is the age of the student, which is an integer. And I have made the getter and setter functions of this class variables. Okay, so if you don't know how to make make these getter and setter function. They can be made automatically. So just go to your class and go to source, and in source you will be able to see here generate getter and setter, and in here just select all and click OK, and your getter and setter method for age and name will be generated automatically by Eclipse for you. Okay, so now what I want to do is I will declare a static member variable which will be int, and this variable name I will say is the number of students. Okay, and whose value is I will initialize as 0. Okay, and I want to keep the record of number of students, and I will make it as, or I will declare this as static so that it can be shared by all the instances. Okay, so static, so it's a static member. Okay, and now I am going to define a constructor which is same as the name of your class, student, and here whenever this constructor is called, I want to increase the value of number of student by 1. So whenever somebody makes or initialize a student class, I want to increase the value by 1 so that we can keep the track of number of students, right? And for this we are going to make a function to get the value of number of student. Okay, so we are going to make a public function, public int, and I will say get number of students, and this basically is going to return the number of student, which is this variable, right? So number of students return. Okay, so whenever we call this function, let's define this function also as static function so that we don't need to call it by any instance, we can call it by the class itself. Okay, now we go to the main class, and in here we are going to define some instances of this student class. Student, for example, Mark is equal to new student, and once again student Tom is equal to new student, right? And now we are going to call our get number of student, because whenever this constructor is called we are increasing the number of student by 1, right? So now we will just write sys o control shift, and in here we will call the student class itself because it's a static member function. This is, so we can directly call it with the class itself. We don't need to use any instance, right? You can use instance, but it's not necessary. Okay, and when we run the program, you see the answer is 2, right? So it's shared by your instances. So this member variable can be shared by your instances, and to verify this, we can call this member function using instances also. Okay, so for example, when we add Mark instance and when we call this get number of student by Tom instance, then what is the value of the number of students, right? So run the program, and it says first time when we add first student, its value is 1. That's right, because when we added the first student, the number of student will be 1, and when we added second student, the number of student will be 2. So this member variable, which was static, was shared by both the instances, and also this can be called by the class itself, right? So this is the very basic and important property of static member, that it can be shared by the instances also, and you can call it using your class itself. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In this video, we'll see what are access modifiers and how we can use access modifiers in Java. So you may have seen the use of public whenever I define some class or some method in a class, and this public or private, or this can be protected, these are called access modifier. And what access modifier mean is, it basically allows you to access this method or whatever class in a package. Depending upon the keyword or access modifier, we can access it inside the class or inside our package or inside whatever inside our project. So how we can grant the access and what keyword means what, we will see now. Okay, so basically we have three kinds of access modifier. One is called public, other is called protected, and third one is called private. And if you don't give any access modifier, for example, I haven't given any access modifier to this string name and integer age, this will be visible, or we can use these variable inside the package and inside the class. So because my class, which is this one, and student class are in the same package, I can use these inside here. So let me delete these, we don't need them anymore. So my class and student class are in the same package. See here, in lesson 1 we have my class and student class, right? So if you provide no access modifier, public, private or protected, they are visible in the class itself and the package. So package, inside the package we have this class also. So we can define an instance of the class, for example student stu is equal to new student, right? New student. Okay, and whenever we want to access this stu dot, and this name is available, name and age both are available in this class also, right? Because my class, which is this class, and this class, student class, are in the same package. Okay, so basically this is what we are doing here, or we mean here. Okay, and name should be some string, so something like this, right? And when we compile the program, we will not get any error, right? So whenever we give public access modifier before any variable, for example I give public before my name and the age variable, it's visible everywhere in your class, in your package, in your subclasses. We will see when we see how inheritance work in Java. And basically if you define a variable as public, it's visible everywhere, right? But it's a good practice to not give or not give access to your variables to outside your package or even outside your class. Okay, so the good practice is always declare your member variable as private or protected. And the basic logic behind this is you don't want that your variable should be affected by any other user. Okay, so you give indirect access to your variable using getter and setter functions. Okay, so whenever you add this private access modifier before your variable name, it's only accessible through your class itself. So outside your class, outside the student class, you cannot access if this member variable is private, right? So now whenever I try to run the program, I will get an error, and the error will be, I will go to the error, and it says the field student name is not visible. It's not visible because we have declared this name as a private member of the class, and whenever we declare private member of a class, it only is very visible inside the class and not in the package, not in the subclass, not anywhere else. Okay, so there is other keyword called protected, which we will see when we learn about inheritance and other things. But protected also restricts the visibility of your variable in the class itself, package and subclass. Okay, so right now we are not going to discuss more about protected, because this protected we will use whenever we are going to learn inheritance and polymorphism, right? So right now just remember this table or memorize this table. Whenever you declare your variable as public, it's visible everywhere in your class, package, subclass, or anywhere else. If you declare your variable as private, it's only visible in your class and nowhere else. Okay, n means no here and y means yes here. Okay, and it's a good practice to make your variable private so that anybody else should not have the direct access to your variable. And now, so we cannot access this name directly from here. So how we can allow the user to set the name of the student? It's easy, by using setter and getter function. So go inside your class, just click anywhere inside your class, and then go to source and click generate getter and setter. Okay, generate getter and setter, and Java will automatically generate getter and setter for you, whatever you check. You know, if you want to want getter and setter for name, if you want getter and setter for age, you can check both of these. So I select all like this. I can deselect all, and for now I am selecting all and click OK, and it's created 4 methods for me. First one is get name, which just returns the value of name. So indirectly we are accessing the value of name, but not directly, right? And set name allows you to set the name, but not directly, but using the copy, right? And in the same way we have defined the getter and setter for the age. And by the way, if you are wondering what is this keyword mean here, so whenever you see this name and this name is similar, and whenever you define any variable inside a function, for example this name will be preferred. So whenever you want to do something like this, Java may get confused. This name is this name itself, or this name which you define in the class. So this keyword this keywords tells Java that it's a member of the class, which is this one. So this indicates class itself. So this means whatever class we are in. Okay, so student dot name, which is this variable, not this variable, right? So basically you need to use, or you can use this keyword here whenever you have two variable with the same name and you want to differentiate between them. This dot whatever is the member of the class, which is this one, and the variable which doesn't have this is the local variable. Like, so this, the name here is the local variable, this one, and this name which is preceded by this is the member variable, this one. So this is what this means. This means the class itself, student dot name. Indirectly you can say, instead of this you can just imagine it like student dot name. Okay, but this keyword indicates the class itself. And now if you want to set the name, what you can do is, instead of directly setting the name, you can just write stu dot set name, and then you can set name like this. Okay, and whenever you want to get the name, you can just do something like this: instance of a class dot get name. Okay, so this will allow you the access to this variable name, but indirectly. Okay, so just remember this table. If you can memorize, public grants you access to everywhere, private grants you access only in the class itself. And it's always the better practice to make your variables private unless and until you have the strong reason to make them public, and use getter and setter to access these member variables. Okay, and the meaning of this is the class itself. So if you add this keyword before any variable, it means the member of the class, and whenever you don't have this here, then it means it's a local variable. So you can avoid conflicts between two similar variable names. Okay, so I hope you have understood the basic concept of access modifier and this keyword. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video we will see what does final keyword do in Java. So for example, I have a class called hello, and I define a variable public final int number, and I have added final to the variable declaration. What does this final declaration do in front of any variable declaration, or in front of class declaration, or even in front of method declaration? They have different meaning whenever you add it with the variable or a method or a class. So let's see what does this keyword mean. So the final keyword has numerous way to use. When we use final keyword with a class, this class cannot be subclassed. When you use final with a method, this method cannot be overridden by a subclass. And when you use final with a variable, it can only be initialized once. Okay, so first of all, we will see this point, that if you declare a variable as final, it can only be initialized once. Okay, so I have declared a member variable which is public final int number, and what's here written, it can only be initialized once, right? So for example, I declare a constructor with the same name, and I'm going to initialize this value in my constructor. So number is equal to 10. Okay, so I have initialized it only once, right? Now I will create an instance of this class in my main method. Hello is equal to, or hello hel is equal to new hello. And what I'm going to do is I will try to assign the value to this number, hello dot number, once again, right? So for example 20. Okay, and when I run the program or compile the program, it gives me error, and the error says the final field hello dot number cannot be assigned, right? So once I assign this variable which is final, then I cannot initialize it once again. Okay, so if I comment this, this will compile perfectly fine. So it has compiled perfectly fine, but if I try to reinitialize or reassign a value to a final variable, then it's not allowed. So generally, you whatever value or whatever variable you want to declare it as a constant, you can add final keyword before this. Okay, now the first point, the final class cannot be subclassed. When we will learn about inheritance, we will also learn about what is subclassing. And what the subclassing means is you can have the properties of one class into another class by the means of inheritance. So for example, I have the student class, which whose property I want to use it, or property or member variables or member method inside my hello class. I can use it like extends and then student class, not this one but student, not this but this student, right? And this is totally fine. If you write extend student, this means that we are inheriting from student class to hello class, and this inheritance we will learn in the further video, but I want to show you what this final keyword mean, right? And when we compile the program, it will give us the error. And what is the error? Final cannot be initialized. Let's comment this and then once again compile the program, and it compiles totally fine, right? Because student class is not final, right? So if you add this final keyword before the declaration of a class, for example, I will write public class student instead of public class student, I write public final class student, final class student. So I have made this class as final, right? So if I made this class as final, now see what happens. It shows whenever I compile the program, it will show error. And what is the error here? The type hello cannot subclass the final class student. Okay. So whenever you declare a class as final, you cannot subclass it from it. Yeah. Okay. So you cannot extend from that class. Okay. And the point in the middle, that the final method cannot be overridden by the subclass, this we will learn when we learn how to use inheritance and how to use overriding in a class. Okay, so just remember these three key sentences and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what is class inheritance in Java and how to use class inheritance in Java. So classes in Java can be extended, and how they can be extended? By creating new classes which can retain the characteristics of the base class. And base class, I mean here, is the class from which we are inheriting. Now, to understand it fully, I have a little diagram to explain. Now, for example, I want to make a class which can calculate the area of some shapes. So, it can be rectangle, square, circle, or triangle, or anything, right? So, I can make a class called polygon because they share, rectangle and triangle shares a similar property. And what is this property? They both have width and height, right? So I can define two variables in my polygon class, and I can set these width and height of these value in this polygon class using a method set value. And in this rectangle or and triangle class, I can create two methods which can calculate the area of triangle and area of rectangle. So the common properties which they both share, which is height and width, we don't need to define it in separate places in rectangle also and triangle also. We can define them at the single place, and we can use them using the inheritance property. And how you can know that these shapes or whatever classes you are going to make shares a inheritance property. So if the classes you are making have is a relationship, is a means, what I mean to say is a relationship, like this. So rectangle is a polygon, right? And triangle is a polygon. So they share is a property in between them. So this relationship, whenever some class inherits from some other class, they share is a property or relationship. So rectangle is a polygon and triangle is a polygon, right? So let's go towards the code part of it. So what we are going to do is we are going to make three classes. So we will go to the package, one class, first class we are going to make, and I will call it as polygon, right? And I'm going to make two more classes. One is rectangle and one is triangle. So I will say this is rectangle class, and I'm going to make one more class which is going to be the triangle class, triangle. Okay, now in my polygon class I have what property in common? Both rectangle and triangle can have width and height. So I will define two variable which will be protected. And why they are protected, I have shown you, and I have shown you what is the meaning of access modifier. So protected, and then int height, and in the same way I will declare one more variable which will also be protected, which will be width. Okay, and I will define a method which will be public and which will return the area. So for example, we will return area in double, right? And so this in here, let's try to set the values of width and height for rectangle and triangle. Okay, So this will be void set values, and in here we will define int a comma int b, and whatever user will pass the value of a, we will just say height is equal to a and width is equal to b. Okay, so by this method we are going to set the values. Okay, now in my rectangle class, how we can inherit from this polygon class? We can inherit from polygon class in my rectangle class by using keyword extends. Okay, just use the keyword extend and then use the class from which you are extending. Okay, so rectangle class is inheriting from your polygon class, and polygon class is in here is called derived class, and rectangle class here is a class which is deriving, right? So this can be called base class and this can be called the class which is deriving. Okay, in the same way I will extend in the triangle class also from polygon, because polygon is my base class from which I'm inheriting. And now in my rectangle class I'm just going to calculate the area. Now whenever or if you are inheriting from a base class to a derived class, then all its protected members and public members are accessible in your derived class. Okay, so these member height and width and set values are accessed, can be accessed by this rectangle class because we are extending from it. Okay, if this was these variables and this methods was private, then we cannot use them in other classes, but because they are protected and public, protected and public method can be used in subclasses. So this is a subclass and this is a base class. So we can just define a method public, and this will be the area. So double area, and what this method is going to do, it will just return the area. So return height into width, and which height and which width we are talking about here, because we haven't declared width and height inside this class, in this rectangle class, right? But whenever you hover over and click on this height, you will go to the height in polygon class. Okay, so this height in polygon class is accessible in this rectangle class also. Okay, and width also from polygon class is accessible in the rectangle class also. Okay, in a similar way, the area of the triangle is half, so height into width divided by 2, right? So we will just divide it by 2. Okay, so we have everything. We have the area of triangle, we have area of rectangle, and we are setting these value via this polygon class. Now what we can do in our main method, we can use, or we can create the instance of rectangle class. So rectangle, rec for rectangle is equal to new rectangle, and we are going to create the instance of our triangle class also. So triangle tri is equal to new triangle, and then for calculating the area we first need to set the value. So we will set the value of first rectangle. So we will use instance of rectangle class dot set. Because we are inheriting from the polygon class in rectangle class, this set value method is also accessible in the rectangle class via its instance. Okay, that's why we can access set value method via this rectangle instance. For example, we have 10 and 10 width and height. Okay, in the same way we can access set value method from our triangle class, and this for example is also same 10 and 10 with 10 height. Okay, now we just need to call the area, so we can just write sys o, and from rectangle class we can call its area method dot area, and in the same way we can call the area from the triangle instance, which is try. And now when we run the program we will get the answer. First is the area of rectangle, and second is the area of triangle. So we can just modify this something like this: area of rectangle is equal to plus, right? In the same way we can write area of triangle is equal to this one. Okay, and area of rectangle and triangle are displayed like this. Area of rectangle is 100, which is 10 into 10 width into height, and area of triangle is equal to 10 into 10 divided by 2 is equal to 50, right? So once again, whenever we use inheritance, all the property of the base class, in our case polygon class, is available in your derived class. In our case these are rectangle and triangle class. So all the method which are protected or public are accessible inside our rectangle or triangle class. Okay, so you can use the method inside polygon class. If you derive it in rectangle class, you can use this height and width we have derived in here using this rectangle class, because we are extending from it. Okay, so in this way you can extend the property of polygon class to the rectangle class, and same is for triangle class. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of inheritance in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will discuss what is polymorphism in Java and how we can use polymorphism in Java by an example. So what is polymorphism? Polymorphism is the ability of an object to have different form. So polymorphism literally means, the word polymorphism means having different forms. And whenever you define an object, class object I should say, and its property or its quality of having many forms is called polymorphism. And how we can make our classes polymorphism, or how we can define an object which follows polymorphism, I'm going to give an example. So I have 4 classes defined. One is called the bank class, which will be my base class. Okay, so there is a bank class which is my base class, and this contains three or one method, and this method just gives the rate of interest. So I define this method as get interest rate, and because it's a base class, I'm returning 0 as an interest rate. Okay, I also have defined bank underscore ABC class, bank underscore DEF class, and bank underscore XYZ class. Okay, so if you don't know how to make a class, just right click new and go to class, and in here give the name of the class. So this is how I have created these classes. Okay, so one is called bank class, which will be my main class. Second class is called bank underscore ABC, which extends from bank class, because bank class is our base class and bank ABC is our derived class. And this also contains the same method, and but this returns the rate of interest, or this bank has a rate of interest is equal to 5%, for example. Okay, bank DEF, which also extends from bank class, have the rate of interest 6%. So I have defined a method here which returns 6 simply. Okay, and bank class XYZ, which is also extending from bank, so this is a derived class and this is a base class, also have the same method get interest rate, and the interest rate in this bank is 10%. So I have the same method in all the 4 classes, get interest rate, and the only difference between this function is the rate of interest. Bank itself has 0, bank ABC has 5% interest rate, bank DEF has 6% interest rate, and bank XYZ has 10% interest rate. Now there is a property in Java called polymorphism, by which you can define the reference, or you can point the reference to a base class to any object of the derived class. So what I mean by that is, so when a reference object or reference of parent class points to the object of the subclass, it's called upcasting, and this is the basic extract of polymorphism. So we will define the reference of our bank class. So we will just define bank B1 is equal to, or bank ABC is equal to, so this is the reference of bank class which will point to the object of bank ABC, which is a child class, right? Like this. And this is what we call polymorphism, when an object can have different form. So here the object of bank class is having the form of bank ABC, right? So the reference of bank class is pointing to the object of bank ABC class. In the same way, we can define different objects. So here we can define bank DEF, and here also bank DEF, and bank XYZ, and bank XYZ. Okay, so, and let's see if it has the same name or not. Yeah, and bank XYZ, it should be underscore, right? Okay, so we have defined 3 references of bank class itself, which points to the subclasses or object of subclasses. Reference ABC points to the object of a bank ABC class. Reference DEF points to the reference or object of DEF class, and reference XYZ points to the object of XYZ class. And I can call all these method get interest rate from all these references, right? So I can just write sys o control shift, and in the same way I will do it 3 times. And first time I will take ABC as my object, and I will just call get interest rate. And in a second statement I will paste DEF dot get interest rate, and third time I will paste XYZ as my instance, and I will call get interest rate. Okay, and when I run the program I get 5, 6 and 10. So this type of defining reference from the object of subclasses is called polymorphism, and all the member function are available through this reference. So this get interest rate are available in here, in this class also, in this class also, in this class also, and this bank ABC gives us 5% interest rate, so it returns 5. Bank DEF gives us 6% interest rate, so it returns 10, and bank XYZ gives us 10% interest rate, so it returns 10. But the interesting thing here is all are the object of bank. All references are pointing to different objects, but all objects are from bank class, right? So this is how polymorphism work in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what is method overriding and how it's different from method overloading. So in the last video I have shown you how and what is polymorphism and how we can use it, right? So we have defined a superclass which we call it as a bank, and it was having one method called get interest rate, which returns the interest rate of the bank. Okay, and we have defined a subclass which we call it as bank ABC, which extends from bank class. And let's say for now it doesn't have anything, so it doesn't have any implementation. And now whenever we create the instance or the object of class ABC using the reference of bank ABC, or using the reference of bank class, which is our superclass, then what happens? Let's see. So it returns you 0, right? Because here in the superclass it has the method get interest rate, and which returns 0, and here there is no implementation of get interest rate, right? So whenever we define a reference which points to the object of the subclass, which in our case this is bank ABC, and when we call this get interest rate function, it refers to this function which is in the superclass, right? Now for example, we introduce a function which has the same name and same return type and same number of arguments as in base or superclass. Okay, so I have the same implementation in my subclass also. The only difference is it's returning 5 and our superclass was returning 0 interest. Okay, and now earlier the interest rate returns was 0, and now when we run the program it returns 5, and this phenomena is called method overriding. And method overriding is nothing but the changing of the implementation of the method. Okay, so earlier the method which we were using for getting the interest was this one, get interest rate from the base class. But as soon as we introduce a new method in a subclass which is same and it's returning different interest rate, and we define the object of the subclass as a reference, then you see it's returning 5, right? So your base class or your object will always take the latest or the most recent method which is defined. So this is the most recent method and it's happening at the runtime. That's why it's returning 5. So this is called method overriding. Now there are some rules for method overriding. The rule of method overriding is you must have same number of arguments, same name, and same return data type for overriding a method. So for example, this get interest method was returning integer and it doesn't take any argument. In here also we have to, whenever we want to override the method which was there in the superclass, we have to define the integer return type and with no argument. If we do it something like this, int for example this thing, this will be called method overloading and this will not be called method overriding. So this takes us to what is the difference between method overloading and method overriding, right? So generally method overloading we use in a same class, right? So in this, if we want to do it, we can do it something like this and we can return int abc, something like this. Okay, and this two method are called the method overloading. So this method is overloading our previous method, right? So this generally happens in the same class, and whenever you do the method overloading, this return type can be different, the arguments can be different, but the only same thing here is the method name. So in method overloading only method name should be same, but you can change the return type or number of argument also. But in the method overriding you cannot change the return type or the number of argument. Okay, so this is the main difference between method overloading and method overriding. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of method overriding and what is the difference between method overloading and method overriding. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what is an abstract class and why and where we will use abstract classes in Java. So what is an abstract class? An abstract class is a class which cannot be instantiated. So for example, if you make some class as abstract class, you cannot make an object of this class. And what is the reason behind this is, for example, I have been showing you this bank class in the last two videos for showing the polymorphism example. So I have this superclass called base bank, which is my superclass which contains a method, and I have a subclass which extends from my superclass, which is inheriting the superclass, and it also contains a method, okay, which is get interest rate. Now a bank is abstract in a way that bank is a general term, or we can say bank itself is very abstract word, because we cannot deduce which bank we are talking about from this class bank. But we have bank ABC which have some name, and this can give you some interest rates or whatever other facilities which can be related to the bank, right? So in a way, this bank class is serving as an abstract for other classes. So it's just facilitating to the other classes its method or member variables. Okay, so for example, we don't want this class to be instantiated. We just want that this class should be used by the other classes to have its functionality. For example, we can add some more function to the abstract bank, and we can add those method, or when we can use those method using the inheritance property in our subclasses. Okay, so bank is a very abstract class, and these kind of class, sometimes we don't want the other user to make and make the instance of this class, because whenever you make the instance of the class, the interest rate here, for example, we are returning 0, which means no interest, right? So whenever we make an instance of this class like this, and when we run the program, it gives us 0, which doesn't really mean anything, right? So if we define this class an abstract, so how to define a class and as an abstract class? You just need to write abstract keyword before your class. So this keyword, when you add to a class, it makes your class abstract. And as soon as you add this keyword to your superclass, which is a bank, you see here that this object creation is not possible anymore, because this is the basic property of abstract class, that you cannot create any object from the abstract class, but you can create a reference from its subclasses. Okay, so you can create a reference which points to the subclasses, because bank ABC is not an abstract class. So you can use this bank ABC like this. Okay, and this error will be gone. Okay, so you can make a reference which points to the class which is not abstract, but indirectly this bank class is an abstract class which cannot be instantiated, or we cannot make an object. So indirectly we are restricting the access to this class from other users. Now we don't even have we not only have abstract classes, but we also have abstract methods. And abstract method, whenever you define a method as abstract, this method should be implemented by the subclasses which is inheriting the class. Okay, so there are two conditions to make a method abstract. One is the method wherever it's present. So this method is present in my bank class. This class should be abstract to make this method abstract. So we can make this method abstract, and whenever you make a method abstract, you don't need its instantiation or definition. So the most basic condition is the class in which this abstract method is present, this should be also abstract. So the class should be abstract, then only you can make a method abstract. And whenever you make an method abstract, you need to give the implementation of this method in your subclasses, because bank class is our superclass and bank ABC is inheriting from our superclass, we need to give the implementation of all the abstract method which are present in our abstract class. So we need to give the definition of this method in here. So whatever classes which are inheriting from this, you need to give the definition here, here and here. For example, I just comment this in this method, bank ABC method, which is extending from the bank class. Then this class will give the error that the type bank ABC must implement the inherited abstract method, right? So you cannot compile a program if you don't implement the abstract method in the subclass. Okay, so if you make any method abstract, you need to implement it in your subclasses if you are inheriting from this class. So this is how abstract classes and abstract method works. The other thing is you may encounter a keyword called concrete, and the concrete class is literally or almost opposite to the abstract class. So if the abstract class cannot be instantiated, the concrete class can be instantiated, and so this class, which is inheriting the abstract class, we haven't added abstract keyword here, but we don't even need to give concrete keyword in order to make it concrete. You just need to you don't need to give anything. You just need to give public or private or whatever class you want to declare, and this makes your class concrete. So if you don't add abstract keyword before a class, it's concrete because it's it can be instantiated, and if you add a keyword abstract before a class, it makes the class abstract, which cannot be instantiated. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of abstract and concrete classes. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what are interfaces and how we can use interfaces in Java. So an interface is same as an abstract class. As abstract class cannot be instantiated, an interface also cannot be instantiated. So for making an interface, for example, we have been seeing this example from our last videos, and we have a bank class which is our super class, and when we define this class as an abstract class, this bank class cannot be instantiated. We have seen in the last video. Now in place of doing so many things like declaring abstract public class, we can just use a keyword called public interface, and then it makes your interface something like this. And all the method inside an interface are abstract by nature. Okay, so you don't need to add a keyword abstract in any member method of the interface like this. All the method or all the members of the interface are abstract by nature. So in the last video we have seen if the methods are abstract, then we need to implement this in the subclass in which we are inheriting, right? Now let's start from the beginning. So I'm going to delete all the classes which I made earlier, and then I'm going to make an interface. Okay, so in Eclipse you can make interface by just going to the package in which your main class is or main method is, and just right click it, and you can just go to new and click interface here, and you can give the name to your interface. For example, we will give the name to our interface as bank, as we have given in the last video to our abstract superclass. Okay, so this is the basic definition of interface, and whatever method you define inside the interface, like get interest rate, it's automatically abstract by nature. Okay, so whenever you want to inherit from the interface, so interface only can be implemented, not can be extended. So when we define a class, for example, we will define a new class for bank interface, and this class we will name it as bank ABC, for example, and we want to inherit from the interface. This interface, because this is an interface, there is no class keyword in here in the bank interface, right? So you cannot extend from interface in a class. You need to implement the interface, so you need to use the keyword implements, something like this. Okay, and then you can implement your bank interface and you will be good to go. Now, because we have this get interface or get interest rate method inside our interface, we need to define or give the definition of this get interest rate in our subclass also, because all the methods inside our interface are abstract by nature, right? So you need to give definition something like this and return some interest rate, and then your definition will be okay. Now it says you cannot reduce the visibility, let's say by, because this should be public by nature, so we just need to add public keyword and then it's okay. So whenever you want to inherit from the interface, use the keyword implement rather than extends. Okay, and whenever you want to inherit from the interface to an interface, you can use the keyword extend. So just bear in mind, whenever you have two classes, class and class, and both are you want to inherit one class from another, then you use extends. Okay, if you have interface as a base class and you have class as a subclass, you need to use implements. And if you have two interfaces and interface and interface, then you can use extend. Okay, so simple rule is, if the both subclass and superclass are classes or interface themselves, both are same, you use extend. And if the superclass is interface and subclass is your class, then you use implement keyword here. Okay, so this is how you can use interface, and interfaces are abstract by nature, so they also cannot be instantiated. So if you want to instantiate bank something like this is equal to new bank, it's not possible because it's just an interface and interfaces are abstract by nature. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what is recursion and how we can use recursion in Java. So it's very common practice to call one method from another. For example, we create a static method add and we can call it inside our main method, right? So it's very common and everybody knows that. Java also allows to call a method from itself. Like for example, you can call add inside your add method itself, and this type of programming is called a recursion, or this kind of programming when we call method from itself is called recursion. And very basic, or we can say hello world program for recursion is factorial, for calculating factorial. So let's create a method to create a factorial for some number. Now those who don't know what is factorial, or what is the meaning of factorial, I will just give you small gist of it. So a factorial is something like this. So whenever you want to create a factorial of some number, it's n, which is a number, multiplied by n minus 1 multiplied by n minus 2 until 1. So for example, we want to create, or when we want to calculate the factorial of 5, this is equal to 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 and multiplied by 1. Okay, so this is how we can calculate factorial. Now let's create a method to calculate the factorial of a number. So we can create this like this: public static, this should be public static, and this is going to return integer value, and we name our factorial as factorial itself, and it takes an integer int n, for example, or capital N as we are showing here, and then we will try to find some algorithm which calculates the factorial. So if the number is 0, if if we want to find the factorial of 0, it's 1, right? So if n is less than or equal to 1, then we will say that the answer, or we will return the answer as 1, right? So something like this, and here we will return 1. Okay, otherwise else we will return the value of n, which we will take it inside the bracket, then the value of n minus 1, right? So we can say indirectly that we want to calculate the factorial of n minus 1. Okay, so we will call the method itself and we will pass n minus 1 here. Okay, and then we will just close this, and here we just want to return, so I will just add return. So this type of calling, I'm calling factorial inside my factorial method itself. And what this basically is doing, if the value of n is less than 0 or less than or equal to 1, we will return 1 because factorial of 1 and 0 is 1. Otherwise we will return the multiplication of the n, which is 5. For example, if we want to calculate the factorial of 5, we will return 5 multiplied by factorial of 4, right? So once again it goes here, and now we want to calculate the factorial of 4, and then once again it goes 4 multiplied by factorial of 3. It goes once again here 3 and factorial of 2, and it goes once again factorial of 2 multiplied by factorial of 1, and factorial of 1 here. When n becomes 1 or 0, we will return 1. Okay, so indirectly it's calculating something like this. Okay, and whenever we want to print sys, for example sys o, and we will print this, and we will call factorial of 5, and let's see what's the answer. We will run the program, and it should be not, this should be out. Okay, and we will run the program, and the factorial of 5 is 120, which is true, right? In the same way, we can calculate the factorial of 4, and the answer will be 24, because 4 multiplied by 3 is 12, multiplied by 2 is 24, multiplied by 1 is 24 itself, right? And 24 multiplied by 5 is 120, which is the factorial of 5. So this way of calling method from itself is called recursion, and you can do it something like this. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are array lists and how we can use array lists in Java. Now before this we have seen how we can declare and use simple arrays. And the problem with those arrays were that we have to provide the initial or the size of the array, and the size of the array in those cases were fixed, and it's really hard in real programming practices to change the size of the array using simple arrays. Now Java also provides a library called util, and in this util library there is a keyword called Arraylist, and this Arraylist helps us to maintain and use dynamic arrays. So unlike the simple arrays whose size is hard to change, these array lists are dynamically created and used. So you can decrease or increase or clear these array lists whatever you want. Now to use this array list, you need to import this util library. So just write import java dot util dot array list, and this will add this class called Arraylist to your program. And if you want to go inside this class, you can just hover over this and control and click on this, and this is the inbuilt Java Arraylist class. You can go inside. Okay, now to declare an array list in Java, you just need this keyword called Arraylists. So just use this keyword called Arraylist, and then in these angular bracket you can give the data type of the array you want to have. For example, we want to create an integer array, we just write integer, and then my list is the name of the array, not here, but it should come outside these angular brackets like this. My list is equal to new array list, and then once again integer, and then here you can give the initial size, and this is not the fixed size, this is the initial size you want to provide. This size can be changed, it can be increased or decreased depending upon your requirement. Now to add values to the array, you just need the variable name and then just write add. And in here you can add any value. For example, at index 1 we want to add 1, and in a similar way you can add values one by one here. So for example, second number is 5, third is 3, and we will add two more numbers, for example 6 and 9, 93, whatever. Okay, so now for example, I want to access those values. I can use advanced for loop for iterating over this list. So what I can do is I can just write integer x, and then in here from my list I can iterate these values. So in here I can just write sys o control shift, and in here I can just iterate over my list using x. Okay, and once I run the program, it just prints all the values of the arrays, 5 values. So 5 5 times we can print the values. Okay, now in order to get the size of the array, you can do something like this. So you can just write system.out.print, and then the name of your list or array list, which is my list here, and then dot size, and this gives you the size of the array. Okay, so this is the function inside our array list, and this gives the size here. You can see 5. To make it more clear, I can just say size is equal to, and then this plus, so that we can see the size. And it says size is equal to 5. Okay, which is true because our array contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So bear in mind, this size shows the number of element contained by the array, not the initial size we have provided. For example, we have provided initial size as 5, but we have only added 3 values to the array, right? And now once we run the program, it says size is equal to 3. So this size is not indicating the initial size, which is this one, but this indicates the number of element contained by the array. So we have added only 3 elements, then the size will be 3. Now using this array list, you can even remove the values. For example, I have once again 5 values. I will add 2 more values to the array, and these are some more values. And for example, I want to remove this element at index 2, because index of array list also starts from 0. So the index starts from 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So I want to delete the element 3, which is at index 2. So I can just use the array, my array, which is this one, and then I can call a method called dot remove, and here I can give the index. So I want to remove, for example, here at index 2 the value is 555, and I want to remove this 555 from here. So I will just write 2, index 2, and then I will just once again print this array after removing the value, and I will also see the size, what is the size of this array after removing this value. So I will run this program, and you can see initially our array contains 5 values and size was 5, but when we call this method remove 2 at index 2, then our size becomes 4 and 555 is removed from the array from here, right? You can see here. Now there is a method called clear, by which you can even clear all the values from the array. So just mylist.clear, and then using this clear you can just clear all the values from the array. So initially the size of the array was 5, but when you call this method on your list, the size becomes 0, right? Now for example, you want to change some value in your array. For example, I want to change this value 1, which is at index 0, to 100. I can do this something like this. So your array name, then set, and then it takes two arguments. One is the index, so I want to change the value at index 0 because 1 is at index 0, and I want to change the value of 1 to 100. So second value is 100, or second argument is 100. And now when I run the program, the size remains same, but the value here, earlier it was 1, now it became 100. Okay. So in this way you can use these array list in Java. It contains many more methods. For example, when I just use this variable name mylist, and when I just use dot separator, it will give you suggestions, and here it will give you some more suggestions, like you can clone this, or you can check if this array is empty or not, or you can check, or you can trim this array to the size of something. So let's try to trim this. List dot trim to size. Okay, and what this method is doing is it trims the size of the array to the number of element it contains. For example, initial size of this array was 5 and we have just provided 3, then it trims your array to 3 itself instead of initial size. Okay, so trimming means just cutting the size of the array to the number of element it contains, which is 3. So in this way you can use many more method on this list. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In this video we will see how linked lists work in Java. Linked lists are similar to array list in a sense that they can contain value or list of values, but basically those two things are totally different in terms of performance and in terms of usage also. So let's see how we can use linked lists in Java. So first of all, to declare a linked list, you need to use this keyword called linked list, and in angular bracket you give the data type of the list you want to make, and then you give your variable name is equal to new instance of linked lists. Okay, and for the first time when you write this code, it will give you little error because you haven't included this linked list class which is there in java.util. So you just need to hover over linked list, and then you just need to import linked list. So just click this, it will import linked list class in your program. Now to add the values, you can just do it something like this, name dot add, and then you can add your name. So for example, some name you can add, and some more name you can add like these. And to access the values in the list, you can use this for loop or advanced for loop, as we can say, and we can just use this something like this. Name is our list name, and then you can just print this X. and when you run this program, you will be able to see your list, something like this. Now, in order to add some more values, if you want to add the more value at the top, you can just use this list dot add first, and you can add a value at the top of this list, something like this. Okay. If you want to add the value at the bottom, you can do it something like this, name dot add at the last. Okay, so you can add this to the last. For example, I want to add Zach at the last. So whenever I run the program, you see in my list at the top the name Jack is there, which we added at the first, add first, using add first method, and at the last of my list there is a name called Zach, which we added using add last method. In a similar way, you can remove first and last value by using remove method. So name dot remove last, it will remove the last value, name dot remove first, and it will remove the first value. Okay, so once again run the program and it removes Jack and Zach from the list. Okay, now if you want to remove all the data, you can just write name dot clear, and it will clear all the data from the list. So something like this, and nothing is printed. If you want to get the size of this list, you can just print it like this. So name dot size, and it will print the size of the list. Run the program, and our size of the list is 6 because it contains 6 elements. Okay, there are some other methods. For example, you want to add at some particular position, you can add it also. For example, I can add name dot add, and add can be overloaded, so you can give the index of the element. For example, I want to add at index 1 some element, for example index 1 element. Okay, and run the program, and now at the index 1 I have this index 1 0 1, right? So you can add on the basis of index also. In a similar way, you can remove on the basis of index. So name dot remove at index 1, it will remove Patrick, because at first or 0th index Jack is there, and at first place or first index Patrick is there. So now it's removed, and we have only 5 elements. Okay, so there are some other methods like set and get method, which you can use to set and get the values. For example, you are not happy with the name Patrick with small p at the starting, you can change it to Patrick to the capital P. So you can just write set at the index 1, because Patrick is at the index 1, 0th is this one, Patrick is 1, and we will remove this, otherwise it will remove the first index. And then we can just write here Patrick with capital P. Okay, and then semicolon, and run the program, and it adds Patrick with capital P. So it changed this name with this name. So setting changed the name or modified your list at the particular index. So there are some other method and which you can search by yourself. You just need to write the name of the list and dot, and here comes all the method which you can use to access the values to the list, insert values in the list, sort value. There is a method called sort, so you can sort it, and you can even check if the list is empty or not. And there are so many methods which you can just use and see what suits your requirement. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. In this video we will see what is the difference between array lists and linked list. We have seen both kind of list in the last two videos, and now we will see what is the difference between them and when we can use them. So let's see the first difference. First difference is linked list element insertion is faster compared to array list. So whenever you try to add element or your frequent operation in your program is insertion, then it's better to use linked list. Okay, so when you want to use frequent insertions or adding of element in your list, then linked lists are preferred. Now, why insertion is faster in linked list in compared to array list? Because linked lists are doubly linked list. So linked list uses doubly linked list. You can Google what is double linked list. Basically it means that it maintains two pointer. One is right before the element and one is right after the element. So the insertion is faster. But whenever you try to add something to the array list, it has to resize its size and it has to shift the element because it uses index based list. So that's why linked list is faster in terms of insertion. In the same way, whenever you want to delete something or your frequent operation is deletion, I'm talking about frequent word here, and I'm stressing on this frequent word because in normal condition where you have to add hardly once or twice, or I mean not more than 10 times, both performance wise you cannot measure. But the frequent operation, by frequent operation I mean somewhere around 10 to the power 5 addition or deletion or something like this. So it's frequent, right? So whenever you have frequent deletion also, linked lists are faster than array lists. Okay, so whenever you have frequent deletion operation or whenever you have frequent insertion operation in your program, then use linked list. Okay, now when array lists are good to use, so whenever your frequent operation is searching in the list, then array lists are better. So array list search operation is pretty fast compared to linked list search operation. Search operation means whenever you want to get some value from your list which is quite big and your frequent operation is searching inside the list. For example, your list is 10 to the power 5 element. So your list contains 10 to the power 5 elements and you want to get exactly the element at the middle of the list. Then this array list is faster, because array list, I have already said that it's index based, right? And it's faster to get the index of the array list than to retrieve it using iterator, because linked list, I already told you, uses these doubly linked list. That means it uses double pointers, and for that you need iterator. But array list are only index based. Okay, so whenever you have search operations, you use array list, but these search operation if they have frequent search operations, right? Now fourth and last difference is linked list has more memory overhead, because linked list work on pointers or doubly linked list pointers. They have more memory overhead, and because array lists are index based list, and they only contain, or they only uses the number of element or addresses equal to the number of element. That's why array list consumes lesser memory than linked list. Okay, so linked list has more memory overhead than array list, because in array list each index only hold actual object, right? But in linked list each node holds both the data address of next and previous node. This is the basic concept of doubly linked list, which is the pointer which holds next and previous value. Okay, so whenever you are concerned about memory, then use array lists. Okay, so these are the four main or major differences between linked list. Now how can we prove these 4 points? What I have done is I have made a program here, and I will try to insert 10 to the power 7 element. 1e7 means 10 to the power 7 elements I will try to insert into the list also, and insert into the linked list also. So array list and linked list, I will insert same number of elements, and I will compare the time taken by them, and then I will see which is faster. And this is not a small number. 10 to the power 7 is quite big, right? So I'm going to see how much time in millisecond it takes. So I am measuring time using this current time in millisecond, using system.current time in milliseconds, and then I'm printing the time using the current time minus the time I have recorded before this insertion. In the same way, I am doing the same for the linked list, and I will see the time taken by them. Okay. Similarly, I'm trying to remove the values from my list. So once I insert some value in the list, I will try to remove the value. And let's try to remove the value from the middle of the list. Okay, so you can say 10 to the power 7. Let's remove the value from 1e 1e5, for example. So 1e5. Okay, not the middle, but it's quite random, and it has to do some work to find this value, right, to remove it. Okay, and then I will try to search some value inside the list. Okay, so these 3 operations I'm going to do, and I will try to run this program and see what is the time taken by all 3 operations. So now I get the insert result and deletion result and the search result. So insertion, you can see the result. In insert operation, array list take 6114 millisecond, and in insert, linked list takes 1617 millisecond, right? That means linked list is faster in insertion operation, right? Now, in case of deletion, it should be linked list should take less time than this array list, but sometimes it can happen. But this operation was not doing frequent, right? Deletion I have only called only once here, right? Not I have done any frequent operation. So only one deletion takes lesser time in array list in this case, but more time in linked list. But this, if the remove operation is frequent, then the faster will be the linked list, right? So let's try to remove the first element itself and then see what happens. So in removal, once again, array lists take more time, which is 11 millisecond, and deletion of a linked list for the first element takes almost 0 millisecond. That is, linked list is faster for the removal also, or deletion if you have frequent deletion, right? Now, in the third operation, what I was doing is I was searching in the list. Basically, I was searching in the list exactly the middle element in the list. So this search operation gives me the results something like this. Whenever I try to get some value which is exactly at the middle, or whose index is exactly at the middle of the size of the array, then the array list takes less time, which is almost 0 millisecond, but linked list you see takes more time. Okay, so this proves more or less our point. Deletion and insertion, linked list is better, but whenever you want to search, then this is better. Which one? Array list is better. Okay, so these are the difference between array list and linked list. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use list iterators in Java. So Java has basically 4 main list iterators which we can use with ArrayList or other classes, and these list iterators are these 4. First is has next, which returns the Boolean value. So it checks whether our list has next value, and if it has the next value, we can print the next value, or we can access the next value by the function called next. And similarly, by using has previous, it checks whether our list has a previous value related to the current value, or relative to the current value, and if it has the previous value, then we can print or access this value using previous. So let's declare an array list, and we make it as an array list of name. So we make it string, and our array list variable name we will name as names is equal to new array list, and this will be string also, and we will initialize it as a default constructor. Okay, So now we can add to this array list some names, names dot add, names dot add, and we can add some values, for example mark, and in the similar way we can add some more values, right? So I will copy it and paste it 3 or 4 times. Second name is, for example, Tom. Third name is John. Jack and Patrick, for example. So we have added 5 elements to our array list. Now to use these ListIterator function, we need to use ListIterator. So we will define ListIterator. Okay. So ListIterator, and we want to have the ListIterator of string, same as your array list. So give the data type same as your array list, and then give a variable name, for example itr is equal to, and then take the list itself dot ListIterator, okay, with small l. Okay, so now this creates an iterator for your list, and using this iterator you can check whether you you have the next value or the previous value in your list. So you can do something like this: while your iterator has next value, so itr dot has next, then we are going to print something. So sys o control shift, and we will print itr dot next. Okay, so what this is going to do, it will check first if our iterator has, or if our iterator has the next value, or so this points to the, for example, first element of the list, and then it checks if the iterator has the next value, which is Tom, and if it has, it prints the next value, or we can access the next value by the function called next. So this has next returns boolean, so it returns true or false, and this returns the object itself. So when we run the program, we can iterate over the list and print the list in this format. Okay. Similarly, you can check, or you can iterate over the list in the reverse order. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some line break to our console here, so that we can iterate over the list in reverse order. So let's use while once again, while, and then this time we will use this iterator to iterate over the list in reverse order, right? So itr dot has previous, so search for has previous, or just copy this has previous from here, and then if we have, or iterator have the previous value, we are going to print the previous value. So we can just write iterator dot previous. Okay, so once we run the program, we can see, or we can print the value of the list in reverse order from Patrick to Mark, right? Patrick to Mark, and above it has printed from Mark to Patrick, which is in the normal order, right? So whenever you check iterator with has next, your pointer or you will start from the top, and whenever you use has previous, your pointer will start from the last value and it checks the previous value, and until and unless it has or your iterator finds the previous value, it will print the previous value. Okay, so these are some useful list iterator methods in Java. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what are hash set or sets and how we can use hash set in Java. Earlier in this series we have seen how to use array lists and linked lists in Java, or we can say we have seen how to use list in general in Java. Now hash set belongs to the set category, and the basic difference between lists and sets is that list can contain duplicate elements, but a set can only contain unique elements, so it cannot contain duplicate elements. Now let's see how we can declare hash set. So you need to have this import called import java.util.asterisk, which is a wildcard which includes um, all the classes which are there in the util namespace. And now let's see how we can declare hash set. So hash set starts with the keyword hash set, and then in this angular bracket comes the data type. It can be integer or double or string or the data type of your set. Then comes the name of your hash set or variable name is equal to new, not like this but new hash set, and then once again comes string, and then you can define the length of the hash set. It's optional, and this can be overloaded with the size or different ways. Okay, so whenever you hover over this hash set, you can see how you can use this constructor. Okay, now it generally works in the same way as any list or array list to add elements. So let's see how we can add element to the set. So we will use our name hash set dot add, and then we can add some string. Okay, so for example I want to add some name and some other names. In the same way you can add multiple names or multiple values which are not duplicate values. So Tom, Jack, some other name, some other name. Okay, and now when you compile your program it's okay. But let's say it has a duplicate entry, it will compile I think, but when you try to access these value it will give you some errors. Okay, so in this way you can use hash set, and to access the values in the hash set, what you can do is you can use iterator. So in the last video we have seen how to use list iterators. In the same way you can use iterators normally, which you can use to iterate over your hash set or set in general, and you just need to use this iterator keyword and then the data type of your list, which is string in my case, then your variable name, for example itr, is equal to your name of your hash set dot iterator. Okay, and then this ITR you can use to iterate over your values. For example, I can use while ITR dot has next, as we have seen in the last video. If it has next value, then we can use sys_o control shift and then ITR dot, not here but ITR dot next, right? ITR dot next. In a similar way, you can iterate over the list in reverse order. Let's compile it once. So it iterates over the list and gives or prints our list in ascending order from top to bottom. If you want to print your list in bottom to top order or in reverse order, what you can do is, instead of this has next, you can use has previous. So search for has previous, and then you can iterate over your list in reverse order. Okay, but as we have seen in the last video, that list iterator has previous and previous value. The iterators for the sets doesn't have this has previous and previous value. You can see there is no method called has previous or previous values. Okay, so only list iterators have has previous and previous values, but they have some other method like remove or clear this list. If you want to remove the values, you can use remove or clear method. So for example, I want to clear, let's iterate over using has next, and before this we will remove some values. So for example, name dot remove on the basis of object you can remove, or you can remove on the basis of your collection, or you can see these are the options you have to remove the values, right? Or if you want to clear, you can just use name dot clear and it will clear all the values from your hash set, right? So it will clear all the values, and whenever you run the program you will not see anything here because it has already been cleared. It has some other methods, so you can see, you can check the size of your list by using dot size method. You can check if the list is empty or not using is empty method. You can use add, we have already seen. You can add on the basis of some conditions, and there are some method you can try which you want to use. So you can just hover over this method and you will be able to see its use when you hover over it. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Java programming tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see what is an exception in Java and how we can handle exceptions in Java using try-catch block. So first of all, what is an exception? By the official definition, an exception is an event which occurs during the execution of the program which can disrupt the normal flow of the program's instruction. Okay, so let me give you an example. For example, I declare an integer variable and I initialize it by some value, for example 100. Okay, and then I divide it by 0. And we all know that whenever some integer is divided by 0, it gives us infinity. And Java program is not able to handle this situation, right? So let's try to print something. For example, sys out, and I'm going to print this line after the declaration of this variable like this. So when I run the program, if I see this, that means this declaration is valid for me, right? Because this initialization is successful and I will be able to see this line. If I will not be able to see this line, that means the initialization fails. So I'm going to save this program and I'm going to run my program, and you see in the console the exception in thread main occurs, and Java gives us the location of the exception or error, and this is at line 6, which is this one, right? And which exception occurs here? Arithmetic exception occurs. So this infinity is not handled by the Java. Okay, now in these situation where Java is not able to handle this exceptional situation, what we can do is we can catch this exception by using a try catch block. So normally how we can write a try catch block, just write try and then this curly braces and end the curly brace, and after that you need a catch. So catch, and in the brackets you give the situation which you want to handle, and in here in the catch you can print the situation, or you can do whatever you want to do after handling the exceptional situation. Okay, so now I'm going to place my code inside this try catch block. Okay, and here is the exception we want to handle. So this code is throwing this exception called arithmetic exception. Okay, so we want to handle this here, so just write arithmetic exception and then give the variable name. Okay, and in here you can even print this value of the exception which is thrown, which is this exception exactly. But let's run the program and then see what happens. So now when I run the program, I can see this line printed. That means the exception is thrown, but it's caught by this try catch block, and then we come to the next line of code and we are able to print this line. Now in order to handle the situation after the exception, so for example we want to know which exception is thrown by this try catch block. Inside this we can handle this situation of exception. For example, I want to print this exceptional situation, so this arithmetic exception will handle this infinity situation, and we can print it using this E object of arithmetic operation. So to print this exception we can just write system out println and E. Okay, and let's save this program and run it once again, and now we can see this exception is printed. This is due to this line. Okay, and then our normal program execution is happening, which is printing this line. Okay, now in this try catch block you can add multiple catch blocks, so you can handle multiple exceptional situations. Okay, so for example I can do something like this. I'm catching this exception, arithmetic as exception, and I want to handle one more exception, which is the general kind of exception. I don't know what kind of exception this is, so I will use this general exception. Okay, and then I'm going to print this. Okay, and now also it's going to execute the same program in the same way, but in the case of exception other than this exception, which is this one, this code is going to execute. Okay, so now let's add some more exceptional situation. So for example, I will declare a variable which is an array outside my try catch block, and inside my try catch block I want to print the third element of the array. We know that the initialization of array is with index 2. So third element is out of scope of this array, right? So let's print this, and I'm going to declare it as variable b because a is already here. Okay, and I'm going to print here the value of b3. So the value of b at index 3. Okay, and I'm just going to write and plus. Okay, this I want to execute. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to save this program and run this, and it's going to give me this arithmetic exception once again due to this line. So let me comment this line for now. Okay, and let me save this once again and run the program once again. And now you can see this exception, different exception is thrown, and which is caught by this bigger exception, or the exception which has more priority, for example. Okay, so this exception, which is array index out of bound exception, is handled by this general exception here, which is this line. Okay, so if you don't believe me, let's comment this code and this code here. Okay, so and let's run the program once again, and you see the same exception. So it is caught by this exception. Okay, you can even do just copy this exceptional condition here and paste it here. Okay, and then it's going to give the same result, which is array index out of bound exception. Okay, so exception class is a general class. If you don't know which exception is thrown by your code, you can use this exception. Otherwise, if you know that your code can throw arithmetic exception or array index out of bound exception, then you can handle the specific exception. And always remember that you can add multiple catch blocks with your try block. Okay, so 1 catch block, 2 catch block, you can even handle 3 catch block. And in this situation, for example, I want to handle this array index out of bound, and when you do something like this, it's going to give you this error bubble here, and it says unreachable catch. Or let me save the program and run it, and let's say what it says. It's unreachable catch block. Why? Because this general exception class has more priority than this array index out of bound exception. So this should come at the last. Okay, so when I do something like this, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to paste it below this array out of bound exception here, then my error will be gone. So always remember, this exception class should go at the last. Okay, and other exception like arithmetic or index out of bound will be above it because they have the lesser priority. Okay, and this exception is more general exception you want to handle. Okay, so in this way exception works in Java, and you can handle exceptions using try catch block. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Java programming tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to use try catch block with our Java code. In this video we will see what is finally block in Java and how we can use it with try catch block in Java. So first of all, what is a finally block? The finally block always executes when the try block exists. Okay, so generally you use finally block when you want to add a try catch block with your code. Okay, and the property of finally block is it always execute whether your exception occurs or it doesn't occur. It doesn't matter what the code does, it throws exception or it doesn't throw exception, this finally block is always executed. So using this finally block, you have always the chance to release your resources. Okay, so let me give you an example. In the last video, we have seen that we can use a try-catch block, something like this, and this is the code which throws an exception, because any integer which is divided by 0 will give an infinity, and then Java will throw an exception for that. And which exception it throws? It throws arithmetic exception, right? Now to add a finally block to our try-catch block, what we can do is we can just write finally, and then in the curly braces you can close it. Okay, so this is how you add finally block to your try-catch block. And the property of this is it's always executed. So for example, I can print something here, for example, finally called. Okay, and let's add this print message here, and here we can say catch called. Okay, and let's save the program and run the program, and in here you see here it gives you this finally called message, right? And when I just scroll little bit above, it prints catch. That means this code throws an exception, and then this line is printed, and then it prints the exception which have occurred, and then at the end, when the exception is thrown and caught by this catch block, at the end this finally will execute. Okay, and this makes sure that you can release all your resources, or this can be used to do the final work, whatever you want to do after the exception, or even if the exception doesn't happen, then also you can use finally in most of the situations. Okay, so it's a good practice to use finally with your try catch block. Okay, and there is only one situation where this finally block will not be called, and this situation is when you call a system.exit method inside your try block. So for example, I do something like this, system.exit with some integer here, for example 1, and I will comment this code, and when I run the code, then what happens? See, nothing happens. Why? Because we have called system.exit and it exits from the program, and this is the only situation where this finally will not be called. In any other situation, if the exception is thrown, if the exception is not thrown, finally will be called. Okay, now to understand this situation in a better way, let's create a method, for example public static void, or let's return integer here, and let's say return int. Okay, let's say this method only return integer. Okay, so and inside this I'm just going to copy and cut this code which I have in the main and paste it here. Okay, and in the last what I want to do is I want to return some integer. So for example, I want to return the value of a, right? So I want to declare this a outside my try block. Okay, and for example, we don't divide this 100 by 0, so it's valid situation, and we want to return a, right? So in here I want to delete this and I will return a. Okay, and for example it throws an exception and it goes here, I want to return a here also, and in here also I want to return a. Okay, so in finally block I want to return it. This situation we will see later, but for now I want to do something like this. And in here I just want to call my system out, so sys out, and in here I just want to call my return int method, okay, inside this. Okay, so let's run the program and let's see what happens. So I'm running the program and it returns 100, and 100 is printed here, and then finally block is called after the try block returns. So even if your function returns, this finally block will be called. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you return from try block. Generally you would think that you are returning from here, then after return no code will be executed, but for finally it's an exception. Finally will be executed even if you are returning in the try block or even in the catch block also. So let's divide it by 100, or divide this by 0, not here, but for example do it here. A is equal to a divided by 0. Okay, so it will throw, right? So it will go here and then exception code will be called, and then let's see what happens. So save the program and run the program, and once again we can see catch is called, so it throws an exception. It goes here and it first of all it calls this finally block which prints this message finally called, and then only we will be able to see this 100 which is returned by this return. So it doesn't matter if you return from the try block or catch block, finally will be called in that situation also. Now there is one more situation which can occur. For example, I want to return from the finally block also. So for example, right now I have assigned a is equal to 100, right? And in the finally block I can override my return value. For example, I can do something like this: a is equal to 1000 or 5000. Okay, and then I can return a. Now what will be returned from here? Will it return 100 or will it return 5000? Let's see what will happen. So let me do this after this here, and what I'm going to do here, I will save this program and I'm going to run it, and you can see that finally overrides your return value also. Okay, so ideally it should return 100 if you don't return from finally, right? So I don't want to return from finally. I will save it and it will return 100 like this. Okay, but when you return from finally and you want to change the value which you want to return in finally, then finally will override your earlier return value, for example 5000. So I will save this and run this and it will return 5000. Okay, so in this way you can use finally with your try catch block, and always remember it's a good practice to use finally with your try catch block. So always try to use it whenever you use try catch blocks. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Java programming tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can create a text file and write in it using Java. Now to create a text file we need to import a package called Java.io. So to import a package you need to just write import at the top and then java.io. Okay, and then we can add the classes which are present in this package. For example, I want to import a class called file which we are going to use in this video, or we can include some other files like buffer reader or buffer writer, or print reader or print writer. So this Java IO package contains a number of classes which helps us to input and output to a file. Now if you are a little bit lazy and you want to include the whole package, there is a wildcard or this symbol called asterisk you can add to add the whole package, and this means you want to include all the classes, right, which you are going to use. So we are not going to be lazy, and we will add the file class itself, and one more class we are going to use, which is called PrintWriter. So I'm going to add PrintWriter. Okay, now to create a file, we need to create an object of a file class. So just write file and give the name of the object is equal to new file, and in the constructor you give the name to your file. Okay, so for example, file name dot txt. Okay, so this is the name of your file, or this will be the name of your file. If you want to give the path, I'm going to show you how you can give some particular path to create this file, but for now let's create this file in our project folder itself. Okay, now to check if this file already exists or not, we add a check here, if, and on this file object we can call a method called exists, and it returns boolean value. Okay, and if the file exists, it returns true, otherwise it returns false. So if the file doesn't exist, so we are going to add this not existing. Then what we are going to do, we are going to write or create a file. Okay, so just write file dot create new file. Okay, so this is the check to check whether this file exists or not. Okay, now if you can see here, it's going to give you an error, because whenever you work with files, it has the chances to throw some exception. So for example, your file is not present or your file is corrupt, then it will throw an exception. And basically right now Eclipse is saying me that you should add a handler for this using try catch block, for example. Okay, so I'm going to surround it by a try catch block. So you can just click this bulb and just use surround with try catch block. Okay, and it's going to surround this create new file with try catch block. Okay, now if you want to be on the safer side, you can just write a try catch block around your whole code. Okay, so just use this around the whole code. Okay, so it will, whenever something throws, you can catch it, right? Now once you have enclosed your code in the try catch block and you have checked if your file exists, we are going to write some content into the file. So we are going to create an object of PrintWriter, and we are going to call it as pw is equal to new PrintWriter, and the argument which it takes is the file object. Okay, so just use this file object here. Okay, now using this PrintWriter object, you can call a method called println, as you can do with system out, right? So pw dot println or print, you can call these different methods on this PrintWriter object. So I'm going to use this println object. Okay, and in here you can add a text. For example, this is my file content, or you can even add a number to your file, for example some thousands. And always remember, whenever you create a file and you are done with working with file, you need to close your file. So on this PrintWriter object pw, we will call a method called close. Okay, so once you are done with this code, what we are going to do is we are going to run it. Okay, and let's print something so that we know that our project has compiled successfully and executed successfully. So I'm going to just sys out, and I'm going to say done, for example. Okay, so if we see done here, then we know that our project has run successfully. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to run my program, and it says done. Okay, so that means our project or executable file has run successfully, but where this file is generated. So let's see. Now when you go to the properties of your project, so right click your project and go to the properties, and in the location you will see the location of your project. So just copy this path here and go to your folder explorer and paste this path and press enter, and you will reach to your project folder, and you can see here this file name.txt is created. So when you open this file, you will be able to see the content, so the first line and the second line. Okay, now I'm going to delete this file and run it once again. So delete, and we are going to run our program once again, and let's see if the file is created again or not. So run it, and let's see in the folder explorer, and file is created. Okay, now let's change the name of the file, for example file name 1, and save our program and run it once again, and let's see in the folder explorer, and we can see file name 1.txt is created. Okay, so in this way you can create a file using Java IO package in Java. There are different ways of creating a file, and this is one way of creating. The other ways I will cover in the next video. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Java programming tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can read a text file using Java. Now there are many ways of reading a text file using Java, but we are going to see the most common way of reading file. So first of all, we need to import some classes which are from Java IO package. So first of all, let's import those classes. So first class we need here is the buffer reader class, and this class we are going to use to read your data. Okay, now second class is the file reader, which will read the file, and third is the IO exception, which we are going to handle some exceptions if it's thrown by this file reader. So first of all, in my main method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an instance of buffer reader, for example br, and I will initialize it by null. Okay, now I'm going to create a try catch block here, and this block I'm going to use to handle some exception. For example, if file reader throws some exception, then I'm going to catch it in this. Okay, so catch, and I'm going to catch IO exception here. Okay, so just take this IO exception E, and then we can catch this. And for now, this is going to give you this error bubble, and when you hover over it, it will say unreachable catch block for IO exception. This exception is never thrown from the try statement body, which is true because we haven't written anything in our try block. So let's write some code in our try block. So what we are going to do is we are going to initialize br is equal to new buffer reader, and in the constructor of this buffer reader we are going to call a file reader, so file reader, and inside this we are going to give the name of our text file. Okay, so for now I have a text file which is present in my project folder. If you don't know how to reach to this project folder, you just need to right click your folder, go to the properties, and in the location here you will be able to find the path of your project. Okay, so this is the same path of my project, and this is the file inside my project folder. Okay, so I'm going to open it, and this file contains some lines which I want to read from this text file, and I want to print it, for example. So I will give the name of the file. So if your file or if your text file is in your project folder, you don't need any extra path. So you just write file name with the exact spelling of the file name, and then txt. Okay, and then in the next line we can read from this file. So for reading this file, first of all I want to store it somewhere, right? So I will declare a string variable, string line, for example, and now I'm going to create a while loop to read every line. Okay, so while, and inside this while loop we are going to read our file. So just make one more bracket here, and we are going to assign the value which we read from our file using this br. So line is equal to br dot read line. Okay, which will not be equal to null, then we will get the value of each line. Okay, not equal to here. So what we are doing in this while loop, in this while loop we are assigning the value of each line which we read from the file to this line variable, and we are checking whether it's null or not. And if it's null, we are going out of the loop, and if it's not null, we are going to print this file. So I'm just writing sys out and line, okay, which is this variable. Okay, so I'm printing this line if this line is not null. Okay, now once everything is done and you are done reading your file, you need to close it. So I'm going to use finally, and if you are watching my videos, you know that this finally is called when you want to perform some action, whether your try block throws some exception or not. This code is going to happen definitely. Okay, so we are going to use br dot close, and this will close your file. Okay, and in here you will see it's also going to throw some exception, so we can surround it by try catch block inside this finally block. Okay, so just surround with try catch block, and it's going to surround it by try catch block. So I think we are done with the code. One more thing, if you want, you can just use this e dot print stack trace, and it's going to print your exception details whenever this code throws. Okay, so let's try and run the program, but before this let's save this, and I'm going to run this program. So run it, and you can see it reads all the lines from the file. So this was my text file which has 7 lines, and it's reading all the lines from the text file. Okay, now if you are wondering, you want to read a file which is not in your project folder, right, and you want to give some path to this file here, how can you give it? You can give it like this. So just copy the path from here like this and paste it here, and with the slash, backslash, and this will not work because Java will find it difficult to read this single backslash. So if you want, you can just use double backslash instead of single backslash everywhere where this backslash is used, and this will give the path of your text file. Okay, so you can give the path of your text file from anywhere from your computer like this. Okay, now I'm going to save this and I'm going to run this program, and it gives me the same result because it reads from the same file. So in this way you can read a text file in Java using buffer reader and file reader class. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Java programming tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to use date class in Java. Date class we can use to display date and time and manipulate date and time in Java. In addition, we will also see how we can format date and time in Java. So first of all, to add this date and time class, we need to import this class from a package called java.utils. So just import java.util.date. Okay, and after importing this class, you can create an object of this date class like this. Date is equal to new date, and you can use this date object to print the current date and time, for example. And how you can print current date and time? You just need to use, for example, sysout, and you just take this date object from here and call a method called toString on it. So just call toString. Okay, and I will save this program and I'm going to run this, and it's going to give me the current date and time. So when I see this, it's going to give me this date and time. Okay, so it's printing the day, today is Tuesday, June 23, and the time. Okay, and it's going to print the year and full date and time like this. Okay, so this is the default date and time it's printing. Now there is a term called epoch time. Epoch time, if you don't know, it's a time from 1970, 1st January 1970, and this is the number of milliseconds from 1st January 1970. So this is the reference time we take in order to use time. So to print this epoch time in millisecond, what you can do is you just need to write sysout and use this date once again and call get time. Okay, so just call get time on it, and it will give you the number of milliseconds from 1st January 1970. So let's save it first and run it once again, and it's giving us the number of milliseconds, right? Now suppose you want a particular day or month or year from this current date, for example. So how you can get it? You can get it something like this. So once again, I'm going to use sysout to print it, and on this date object, when you do this dot, and you can see get month, get year, and get date. So there are different method you can call on this date to get different kind of date, time, or month. So for example, I want to know the current month or print the current month right now. So I will use this get month, and this, when I save it and run it, it's going to give me the current month. But remember, when it gives you the current month, you need to add 1 to it, because this prints the current month from 0. Okay, so for example, January, it will print the current month is equal to 0. February, current month is equal to 1. So it starts from 0, not 1. Okay, in the same way, you can call multiple methods like, and save the program and run it, and it's going to give you the get year. So right now it's 2015. Okay, and you need to add 1900 to it in order to print the 2015 value. And day, for example, day, it's going to give you the day of the week. So today is Tuesday, so it's giving me 2, because the week starts from Monday, and Monday is equal to 1 and Tuesday is equal to 2. Okay, in the same way, you can print hour, seconds, and time also. Okay, so there are some method. For example, you want to print current hour, so just get and just call hour, get hour on it. Okay, so let's search for get hour and save the program and run it, and it's giving me 23, because right now the time is 23:38:49, you can see here. Okay, so just play with this object and see what you want, and you will be able to get it. Okay, and for this year, you just need to add 1900 to print the correct year. Save it, and for the month, you just need to add +1 to it. Okay, save it and run it, and it's going to print 2015, and month is 6. Okay, because this is June. Now, for example, you want to print the date and time, but in different format. So you want your customized format to print the time. So how you can do it? So for that, we just need to include one more class, which is import java.text. Okay, and then we will use a class called SimpleDateFormat. Okay, and for example, SDF, I'm going to give the name to the object is equal to new SimpleDateFormat, and in the constructor, it takes the format in which you want to print the date. Okay, so first of all, what format we can give here? So first of all, just copy this class SimpleDateFormat and open your favorite browser and search for it. And the first link most probably will come from oracle.com, and the search result will be SimpleDateFormat. Okay, and in this page, you will be able to see different formats. So whenever you use Y, it will print year. Whenever you use M, capital M, it will print the month in year. Whenever you use week, it will print week in year. So from here, you can take the reference which letter stands for what. Okay, so first of all, we are going to take this E letter to print day name in week. Okay, so let's take E, and then for example, we want to print year. So what we can do, we can just print Y, and why we are doing this? Because we want to print, for example, 2012 or 2015. Then we need to use 4 times these Y. Okay, and then you want a dash or slash to separate month and year, and for month we can see capital M, so double M for month, and then for day we can use D, small d. You can see here small d is the day in month. In the same way, you can use capital H for hour and small s for second. So let's print the time. So we want to print hour, then let's separate it by colon, and this is your customizable letter. Okay, so it will print as it is. If you want, instead of colon, you need slash, or you need minus, or whatever letter you need, you can do it. So let's do it with minus. Okay, and then small m, which will print minute, and then small s, which will print seconds. And after this, you can use this SDF object and call a method called format. Okay, so I'm going to just write sys out and then use SDF dot format. Okay, and give your date object here. So just copy this date object and give it here, and save the program and run the program. And you can see it's giving us our customizable date. Okay, so it's printing 2015, which comes from here, Tuesday, which comes from this E, 06, which comes from this double M, 23, which comes from here, and the hour from here, minute, and seconds. Okay, so for reference, you can go to this Oracle website and see all the formats you may use. Okay, so in this way, you can use date and time and format date and time according to your requirement in Java. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now.